Notice of public meeting of the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation Board of Directors. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that a regular meeting of the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, BCIC, will be held on Thursday, March 28, 2024, at 5 p.m. at eBridge Center for Business and Commercialization, located at 1304 East Adams Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas 78520. Item 1, call to order. Roll call.
Okay, so let's do roll call. I am here, Mark Horowitz, chairing. Tracy?
Tracy Wickett, present.
Morado Selim, present.
Cesar Lopez.
And the mics are toggled, so you just once to talk, and then when you're done, you press it again, because they're still on. Yeah. Thank you.
Item 2, public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Yes. So this is on right now.
Yes. Green lights, go.
So the time limit is 3 minutes, is that correct? And Eva Garcia, please.
That's right. Okay, great. My name is Eva Garcia, and I'm a resident of Brownsville, a native, and I wanted to come up here and appreciate, I've been watching the social media, the Instagram, and I saw the posts about the funding for the downtown master plan, the parks master plan, Musco Lights, and I really wanted to just support, I appreciate, number one, that investment into our quality of life, and I hope to see continued support. I think there's I was a little bit skeptical when we did the strategic planning, and I showed up, and a lot of the talk was about entrepreneurship and small business, which, you know, we want to shop local and we want to have options. But it's really nice to see the continued support, and I'm excited about the Parks Master Plan and the housing plan as an affordable housing nonprofit board member. But that's really what I wanted to come up here, was just thank you for the quality of life investments, and hope that we can continue to see them and have great amenities here in Brownsville. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Steve Perez.
Okay. Good afternoon, board, BCIC. My name is Steve Perez. I'm with a logistics company, and and I'm okay with this. 3.3, item number 3.3, promote the Space Alliance. I'm good, but I wanted to bring awareness also to Brownsville stuff that basically has to do with logistics. And I'm going to quote Yossi Sheffi, a book called The Logistics Clusters. And he says, and I'm authorized to quote him, okay, so he did give me permission. He says, bring logistics first and manufacturing follows. We've actually done a reverse. Manufacturing 40 years ago, and logistics is all over the place. It's so much of in disrepair that Monterey has grown a lot, and makes some sense, right? But in summary, the future of border logistics actually starts here. We actually have proof, 1848, Stillman did it in 1848. So we want to be able to bring that awareness so you can understand that we do believe logistics is the #1 job creator in the Brownsville area. And this will allow us to tap into the Monterey area, which is growing over 40%, unheard of in any part in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on,
the Space Alliance Technology Outreach Program. 3.4, approve the following individuals to incur travel expenses.
Board, do you have any questions?
I have a question about 3.4 for the travel. I have a question about 3.4 for the travel. There is one conference, and I was highlighting it in my end, but I couldn't find it right now. The one that for the retailers, I think, in Las Vegas?
ICIC?
For the ICIC, yes, correct. Can you just elaborate a little bit about the benefit of going to that conference and also the sponsorship attached to that conference?
The
Thank you.
ICSC is the International Commercial Shopping Center Conference. Las Vegas is the largest retail conference every year. And so the Rio Grande Valley Partnership is doing a booth at Las Vegas. This is the first time it's going to be more of a valley-focused booth, and it's a large booth, so it's about 20 by 30, and it's representing the partners who are part of the partnership who wants to go to this conference. Our goal is to market downtown, as well as look at strategic spots and we have with our Placer software, we have the retail information, so we want to share it. So we are putting up a target list of who we want to have in one-on-one meetings to but to showcase our downtown, showcase other areas in Brownsville, because no one is focusing on retail. And so we thought this was our opportunity to at least participate. We have participated in the past, but we've only participated as being an attendee, but not really being active and showcasing. The partnership is doing it to showcase more of a regionalism, because we have, in the past, we're always mine. So we're trying to have a face of we're together, unity, one voice is what they're promoting. So the booth sponsorship is $10,000 for each individual, and there's only up to 10 sponsors for that.
Individual city.
And so it's either an EDC, which most of them are EDCs, or a city.
So BCIC is sponsoring the 10,000, and who's going from Brownsville area or from Cameron County, at least?
I don't know if Harlingen, I haven't talked to Harlingen yet, and the partnership didn't share this today if it was Harlingen. So it's us, the city, I don't know who on the delegation, but I know the mayor. Mayor wants to participate anytime it's more of a valley thing. The city manager, I encouraged her to invite commissioners, because we have other cities who are bringing all their commissioners, all their mayors, all their EDC board to attend. There is a reception on Sunday, on the 19th. The Valley, we're putting on a reception to the retailers to come, and that's when we're all there. And so there's opportunity for anyone from the board to attend as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So is GBIC going to this conference?
They are going to this conference, but they don't want to be a part of the booth.
So I guess I'm a little confused, because, the one thing that the commission has been saying for the past year is that they want more quality of life. And, this seems to fall in the domain of GBIC.
Retail doesn't,
Retail recruitment?
retail does not fall under, actually,
I understood the city is taking up some of the retail, and I think that GBIC would like to take that over. But I guess my overall point is the city's been wanting us to go in one direction. They say, okay, the projects, the programs that we have for economic development or entrepreneurship, fine, but want to see more quality of life. But here we got 4 conferences that are geared strictly for business. Last one is, that's a general economic development conference for the state, and the other one's HR. So, it's, I want to, and then I see, you know, there's many people that are going. I would like for you guys to, you know, there's not, so not only do you have to leave to go to these conferences that are not quality of life, but that there are other events going on around town that are taking up time. And so my overall point is, I would prefer that you be really careful and pick and choose about what conference you guys are gonna go to. What are you guys gonna bring back that's gonna actually move the needle down here?
Well, for the ones where they're geared on the entrepreneurship, we're actually on the panels to speak. So we are promoting Brownsville, and we're promoting this e-bridge and the opportunities and the resources and programs we offer here in Brownsville.
I see your point with the route of quality of life to take, and that's absolutely something we've been given from the top down and we're continuing to do. I think it could be argued one way or another that retail recruitment and retail development is a quality of life factor. Could also be a type A factor too. We've all been scratching our heads and everyone's pointing fingers for, my opinion, the last 5 years in the city of Brownsville is who's going to take on retail. There was an office of retail development or redevelopment, excuse me, at the city. She left. It's been kind of a void for 2 to 3 years. We were invited to participate with the Rio Grande Partnership for ICSC for that retail recruitment effort. I didn't know about anything about GBIC, but I understand not kind of wanting to step on anyone's toes or kind of overtake this. It's also why our strategic plan included retail, because again, nobody's really raised their hand and said, we're gonna be the lead on that. So that is something for us to think about. I think we're gonna talk to our partners about that. In regards to those other conferences, I know there's the Texas Venture Alliance, which we're on a panel with, and then there's INVIA, which is actually funded from the feds, so the EDA is actually paying for us to go on that trip.
So just to make it clear, I'm not against going to conferences and be diverse as much as you can, because I'm all for comprehensive approach to improve the quality of life from different aspects. I specifically asked about that conference because it kind of talked about
sure.
retail and was very specific, so I want to clarify
mean,
that, and also for the sponsorship, how it's going to be, you know,
Yeah.
beneficial for the community and for the whole
And we did
delegation.
put it
so.
in our budget under trade shows. We allocated so much money for anticipation of participating in something like this.
And ICSC, unfortunately, is annually held there. Sometimes they'll do offshoots in like Dallas and other cities that are a little easier to get to, but every year their conference is in Vegas.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the money is not really a concern for me. I mean, we have plenty of money. At the end of the day, the trips are a drop in the bucket, but it's more about the time and the time it takes away from other things.
I see
There's
that.
an opportunity cost. So if I understand correctly, the Small Business Recovery Fund, that's the HUD money, right? That's the, you know, that's, right now it's $500,000. I'm assuming it'll go away at the end of the year, right? And that we haven't had very many disbursements from that.
Yeah.
There hasn't been many applications. I remember last month, you know, it was discussed that it was difficult, like a lot of the retail people, a lot of people, businesses in Brownsville do not know about this program. They're not on Facebook, they're not seeing it. To me, this is like, I don't want this $500,000 to go back to the federal
Yeah,
government.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like
Agreed.
this is like an all hands on deck, you know, moment to get this money into the economy here. And then, you know, there are we're halfway through the year and there are programs here that are less than 50%. So I guess my point is, you know, I'm fine with the conferences, go to the conferences, but I would be very, in the future, just be very diligent or careful about which ones you choose and how many people are going.
With that being said, I'll make a motion to approve, but before, I just want to comment, Mark does bring a valuable point, but I will point out that I think the direction of BCIC is in both, you know, small business, entrepreneurship, quality of life. I mean, as we can see, the agenda is very quality of life heavy today. So I think the direction is obvious. And I think if their schedule allows it, well, then, you know, and be able to participate as a united front with the RGV to other places, by all means, I think it's good, so.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those not in favor, say nay. Or did everybody say aye? Great. Thank you.
Staff reports. Oh, I don't have. Okay, I'm gonna read from yours.
Oh, you're not gonna go up now? Oh.
Okay, I just wanted to give you an update on where we're at for the goals for my position. So there was 7 categories, and out of those 7 categories, we had goals set. So I wanted to let y'all know the status of that. Out of the 7, 6 are on track, and then 1 on the business attraction is off track. That encompasses, you know, how many businesses, new businesses are coming to downtown, our campaign. And the reason we're off track is we haven't had a chance to create that campaign because we are in the process of doing an inventory of available properties here. So we are wrapping that up, and then the campaign will come. And also that campaign will be showcased at Las Vegas for that. So I have, especially after today, depending on how the board votes, that will be actually on track. Depending also on today, the community development and quality of life will actually be on track because we'll, depending on how y'all vote, we will allocate quite a bit of the quality of life funding for that. The community engagement, I have done 4 out of the 8, and we do have other, our team members in the next couple of months on board to do others, as well as our RGV startup, which Nathan will get into. We have hired 1 person so far for our EDA grants, our eBridge specialist. Her name is Samantha Morales. She will start on Monday. We did interviews for the marketing specialist. We made 2 actually job offers, and both were decided, one got a job offer with the city, and the other one decided to stay because their employer gave them more opportunity for them to grow in their field. And then that made us think of maybe we did not actually have the right wording, so we've changed the wording, and we are actually on point to do interviews next week. So hopefully in the next 3 weeks, we'll have that marketing specialist on board, and that will actually take a lot of what's on Nelson's plate for that. Financial management, we're pretty good on our sponsorships that we've collected so far in our leases. We're at 28,000 out of that 40,000, and we are we're getting close to the end of the strategic plan. I did send you all an email today about our upcoming meeting that we need to do, so we can dive deeper on what they found and say yes or no to those goals and benchmarks, so they can go back and tweak it and give us our final. The sports park feasibility and market study, that is on hold until after we have our meeting today to see how we're going to move forward on that. And it's on track for all the assignments for the projects that were funded to be a part of the review evaluation committees, to be a part of those projects. So those agreements have been out. I kind of already gave up on that. I did send you an email in regards to the Edinburgh tour for next week. So let me know if you're interested in attending. I know Tracy and Mark, you're both attending, so that's great. BCIC will be a sponsor for the Border Trade Advisory Committee. This committee is part of the Department of Transportation, and the meeting will actually be conducted at the Brownsville Event Center. It's actually the first meeting held in Brownsville for this. So the city would like to do a reception the day before, and we're expecting attendance of 100 people for that. We are a sponsor of Bollywood in Brownsville, That will be to support the Anzanan Center and to honor former Commissioner Ben Neese. I have tickets if you like to attend, so I will send that out. We are also a sponsor of the National Small Business Week Awards Ceremony. It's being held in Brownsville this year. They move around different counties every year. So it's celebrating local businesses in each county. And then we have our RGV Startup Week. We also are a sponsor of the Brownsville Save the City. So I will be sending the information out on that, the Las Vegas, and then we have our mid-year conference. So if there's any travel that we've put on the agenda that you would like to participate in, like the conference at Las Vegas, going to the TEDC mid-year conference, or would like to go to the ones that we're having in Austin and San Antonio with entrepreneurship, please let me know, and we can put on next month's agenda.
I have a question about that, Corey. What, especially for the ICSC and the TEDC mid-year conference. So first of all, the ICSC, what value could board members bring in that conference?
I think it's really showing more of a Brownsville presence, like we're here supporting Brownsville. We are, we've always been, there's been a misrepresentation of Brownsville saying that we're not business friendly. And I think having a delegation of Brownsville folks going to there and being introduced and being in front of these retailers and investors and developers, I think it shows that we're all invested in the growth of Brownsville.
Okay, and it probably should be intuitively obvious, but have you seen like an agenda for the TEDC mid-year conference? If there's anything there that's appropriate for board members?
I don't recall. I'll look again. I'm not sure if, I think they don't have the full agenda, but I will look and I will send it out to the board. Okay, does anybody have any questions? All right, Nelson? Open this for me.
Hello, good afternoon. Last time I spoke, it was more of a quantitative approach. This one's going to be a little bit more or less numbers than last time. So first thing I want to mention is that we wrapped up our town talks with the Brownsville Housing Study. We got more than 200 responses in regards to what people think and feel about the housing situation in Brownsville, which will definitely add some value to the strategic plan we're developing. For the town talks that we had a pretty good attendance in all of them, and we gathered all around different people from all sectors, all industries, all community organizations, so I'm very happy with that. And well, some of you were here, which thank you so much for coming and participating too. I also attended the basic economic development course from the TEDC, and during that time, I really bonded with all the people from EDCs from the valley, so you can see the picture right there with the Brownsville, McAllen, Harlingen, Port, everyone was there, and I was really pumped at the end of the event because every time someone asked at the TEDC, hey, who has a community development program? We were all raising our hands. Who has an incubator? We raise our hands. Who has a revolving loan fund? We raise our hands. So everything that they asked, we had it. So at least in the valley, I think we're making waves in the best way possible. And we have all the resources that many other EDCs maybe are in need of. So I'm very happy that we all have all these things here and we actually know each other and get along with each other. So I'm really happy about that. And by the end of the event, they were also calling us the stars of the event because, well, the RGB, we're scandalous. So we're always raising our hands, always participating. We were sitting on front. So it was a pretty nice event. And, well, I'm really happy about that. And that's a group picture at the end. For the annual report, we're entering the final phase, hopefully it needs to be ready by next meeting, and then I'll bury you with numbers on that one. So it's almost ready. We're creating a monster of a biannual report. It's gonna have a lot of numbers, a lot of data, a lot of stories, so we can actually show Brownsville what we have done in the past 2 years and the lifetime impacts of the programs. For Startup Texas Quality of Life Accelerator, I won't speak much of the detail because I know Nathan has that on his presentation, but I just wanted to know that I'm actually attending all the sessions for the accelerator so I can know from the inside what we're selling to the public, so I can understand better all the partners, all the people that are involved in this. And now I'm updating these sessions weekly on the social media that we're, Startup Texas social media. I'm also nurturing relationships with the Blueprint Business Program, formerly the Kaufman Fast Track Program, that graduates that we have. I'm nurturing relationships with them. I'm talking one-on-one with them, so that could be the approach, the offline approach that we mentioned last time, the one that's not on Facebook, not on social media. So all of these people are potential candidates for the eBridge Fund, which is the next step in this entrepreneur journey. And all of them were presented with this resource sheet where we mention all the resources that we have, so they know what's available. They know about our programs. They know about our future projects future projects they can tap into. Maybe if they have a retail or dining experience, they can tap into Water and Sea, for instance. Or if when they're ready, they can jump into Startup Texas. So they were all handed this resource sheet. For Women's Day, I put up this post on Facebook, but it was not only a post, it was also a link for people to sign up for a women-owned business directory. We got a couple of responses, and we're gonna build up on that and hopefully have a big directory. I know the chamber has something going on too, so I'm gonna share data with them, and hopefully we can build something real big with all the data of the people in the valley, or in Brownsville, at least. Startup Week. The theme of the event is actually louder. That's the event. As I mentioned earlier, in the Valley we're scandalous, so let's tap into that and make that of the theme of the Startup Week. So entrepreneurship in the RGV should be louder. Everything should be scandalous. Everything should be bigger. So that's the name of the theme of the event. We put out the sponsorship form, the sponsorship letter, and the sponsorship opportunity package. So that's been rolling around. Hopefully we can get some sponsorships lined up soon. And we're also having an open call for volunteers and speakers. So if you know anyone or you want to be a speaker yourself, please apply. As success stories, as I promised, are now expanded throughout the programs that we have. eBridge Fund, Big Grants, and Recovery Fund now have their own success story post and blog post on the website. These are one of the examples of each one, and soon I'll have one for eBridge in particular for one of the incubated businesses. And lastly, I just want to mention that we are one of the leading examples of what a 1 million cups event is in the RGP. We are one of the only ones in the Southwest region that does it weekly, and we have been doing it for a year now. And during our call with the Southwest region, it was exactly the same thing that happened during the TEDC conference. They were all using Brownsville as a reference of how events should be done or how things should be handled with entrepreneurship. So I'm really happy that we are that example for the community. So yeah, that's my report. I don't know if you have any questions in regards to anything that I mentioned.
I just want to congratulate you on the content that you've been putting out. It's not only beautiful, but it's effective, it's engaging, people are responding to it. It's very personal, and in my mind, it's puro Brownsville, because it's about people. And I've just been so impressed with what you've done. Congratulations.
Thank you. And hopefully with the new hire, we can make it double the amount of content, double the amount of reach, and well, hopefully more applicants for everything that we're doing, more involvement, and that's the goal of all this. I have a list of tasks ready to go. First day, there you go.
I will echo Tracy's comment. I appreciate your. I did, man.
It's on.
Well, I got it. See, he got. I lost my thought. No. The only thing I will ask. Yes, you're ready, of course. Is that find ways to capitalize on these resources that you have created. For example, this one-time sheet about the different programs that we have. It would be great to have it, used in a different format, in a different platform, on the website, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, once we create something like this that is very neat and to the point and easy to understand what we're offering, I would love for this kind of resources to be, you know, used in different platforms, whether social media or the website or whatever, right?
Totally.
So thank you for that.
On the
Appreciate it.
pipeline, I have those in rack card format,
Okay,
and to have it on the front, because we do have it in there, but since they're like on sheet of paper,
Yeah.
they're flimsy. But yeah, I'm working on different formats and also in translations because
yeah.
they need
But
to be in
remember, we're
Spanish.
trying to reach out, right?
Yeah.
We're not waiting for people to
Yeah,
come,
of course.
we're trying to go out. So and you're doing fantastic job in creating these, as I said, very focused, precise information sheets. So, you know, find ways to spread it,
Yeah,
you know, to
thank
share.
you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank
Now
you.
the finance report, or the finance program update.
We'll start with the recovery fund. As you all know, the recovery fund is some of the grants that we received from the city. These are to specifically assist the businesses that were affected by the pandemic. So year to date, we've funded $730,000. We've assisted 80 businesses in total. As a result, we've retained 376 jobs, and all of those are within the Brownsville city limits. And as far as the eBridge fund, the eBridge fund is a revolving loan fund. We've assisted 15 businesses. We've disbursed $2.3 million in loans. We have 1.3 in private investment, and as a result, we've had 537 jobs created or retained, and year to date, we have 474,000 available for lending and 101 income generated. And the income generated is mainly from the interest and the fees that we charge the loans. Do y'all have any questions in regards to these programs? How much do we have right now for the recovery fund? 300 and some. Now, as far as operations updates, we've been working on the HR section. So we've been working on creating board onboarding handbooks. This is mainly to assist, to help the onboarding of the new board members, and it actually helped a lot once Sergio, our newest board member, came in, because we had this meeting with him. We turned in this pretty neat, yeah, where it talked about what BCIC, we created policies and procedures for our board members, SOPs, and a lot of information. So as far as our compliance update, we're working on obtaining the remaining documents to be in compliance with the city. So that includes the personal financial statements. The majority of the board members are missing those, so I'm gonna send out an email in regards to that, as well as the Chapter 37 Code of Ethics. Professional development, we launched a new program, that's BCIC's. It's mainly for retention and development of staff. As far as Nubia and I assisted a workshop that was offered by the city, which is the board license workshop, to ensure that we're in compliance with everything. And like Corey mentioned and Nelson mentioned, we have a new eBridge specialist that will be starting on April the 2nd. And we're in the process of hiring a content and marketing specialist. On the finance and operations, for the financial reporting, we've created, with the assistance of Lisette and Rafael, we've created more comprehensive, understandable reports. Also, to enhance the transparency and alignment with the city. We're also working on new reports that are in-house reports. That way we can better plan for next fiscal year budget. We are also working on SOP development, feedback surveys, enhancing our HR documents, such as the employee handbook and in-house HR process. We're also working on BCIC's policies and procedures, and we're looking into implementing new tech tools, such as grant management tools that can assist staff better on managing their grants. And also we will have a staff retreat, mainly to foster team growth and productivity. Y'all have any questions?
I have a question.
Mhm.
Sorry. You want to go first? On the professional development, the new program to retain and develop talent, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, it's mainly a program that's aimed to offer professional development to staff that it's linked to economic development and it's linked to their job description. It's a way to enhance their knowledge, not only in economic development, but on whatever they want to grow into.
And who's conducting these workshops? Like, who's the facilitator for these workshops? Is it in-house, or do you bring somebody to conduct these workshops?
Oh, for the workshop that the city offered, the city of Brownsville offered the workshop, and it's mainly that way. They invited all the boards, board license, so that way we're in compliance with what they have in place, because they made some changes, and we're trying to implement those in our policies that we're creating for BCIC.
So are these workshops mandatory for all the staff? Or, okay.
No, what they call for the reporting secretary.
Which is the person that writes the minutes, the meeting minutes.
Any other questions?
Okay, moving on. Thank you. Thank you. Community Development Program update.
Good evening, Board. I'll be providing a snapshot of the community development programs, which include the Quality of Life grants, the Quality of Life initiatives in partnership with the City of Brownsville, and the Business Improvement and Growth Program, or BIG grants. The Quality of Life grants were designed to provide financial assistance to local organizations to elevate the built environment, to enhance the overall well-being of the community. The revamped version of the program was introduced with a $3 million budget, and to date, 4 projects have been awarded funding totaling a little over $834,000. The projects are the construction plans for Good Neighbor Settlement House, CDCB's Rapidos Pre-Disaster Recovery Plan, the Amelia Earhart Tribute Sculpture by Dean Porter Park Renovation, Inc., and Treetop Vistas, a zip line at Gladys Porter Zoo. All the projects have signed the program agreement and they have begun. And actually, the Amelia Earhart sculpture unveiling is slated for Tuesday, April 9th at 9 a.m. And they're gonna extend invitations to the board. I don't know if you guys have received the invitations yet. And so we've provided your contact information, so you should receive those shortly. I also processed 9 submissions for Cycle 2, which you will be considering tonight. And additionally, BCIC and the City of Brownsville are partnering to fund 6 projects totaling $2.9 million. And that includes the Downtown Master Plan, the Parks Master Plan, the new park restrooms at Gonzalez Park, the Musco Lights Replacement Program, the Tiny Forest Initiative at West Rail Trail, and La Posada Park redevelopment. The program agreements are pending the city manager's signature, but a letter of commitment was issued for La Posada Park project because that is going to be for fiscal year 2025. They needed that to apply for a grant. And the projects will begin immediately after the city manager signs the agreement. Up next, we have the BIG program, which provides incentives to downtown property and business owners to rehabilitate vacant buildings, increase occupancy, and preserve downtown's historicity. The infographic shows here contains aggregate data since the program's inception in 2019, and so to date, we funded $2.9 million in total grants. 2.7 or 2.8 of that goes to property improvements. Around 165,000 goes to rent subsidies, which has leveraged the private investment of 24.9. We funded 58 projects. Let's see, 42 have been completed. What else do we have? I lost my train. So for fiscal year 2024, the board committed $1 million budget, which is the largest budget for a program of this kind in the state of Texas, and I did verify that through the Texas Historical Commission, so that's really exciting. And so for this funding cycle, we have awarded 5 projects totaling approximately 84,450. It has been a slow start, but you will be considering some exciting projects and rather extensive projects tonight. And we have about 28 leads with the projects varying in size and complexity. I'm also working, as Corey mentioned, on available properties for downtown, and so that should help increase those inquiries. And since last quarter, we've had 8 projects close out, leaving 17 active projects. 2 of them are nearing completion in the next 30 days, and 10 should be finalizing projects this summer. Recently opened businesses include Chilmoli, Mexican Steakhouse, La Tijera Art Studio, which actually hosted an exhibit during Charo Days. Upcoming new businesses that will be opening in the next 30 days is Petite Jolie, which is in the previous location where Half Moon Saloon was, and then Le Rêve French American Restaurant. We also have a little further down the line Nomad Mexican Restaurant, which is next to Nolita, and then also office spaces opening on the 2nd floor of the Clay McDavid building or the Coca-Cola building. And I processed 5 applications for BIG that you will be considering tonight. Is there any questions?
No? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, one more
Jason.
question?
Just quickly, on the previous slide, the photographs that were there, what venue is that?
Oh, that is actually Petite Jolie. So the bottom picture is the before, and that's the after. They're finalizing, they're just waiting for little touches to finish up, but they want to open, ideally within the next 2 weeks. But I'm giving them that buffer of 30 days. But yes, it's looking really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program update.
Hey, y'all. Thank you so much for y'all's words of encouragement, texts, calls, emails the past 6 weeks, gifts. I highly appreciate it. Thank you all. Glad to be back. I'm going to breeze through this as thoroughly and quickly as possible because I'm the last thing standing between everyone here in this room today. So.
Do you want these?
No, I'm good. So I'm going to just briefly go over an update on 3 of our main programs, an update on Startup Week, our staffing with EDA, as well as a few new programs and partnerships. The last 2, specifically the Elements Early Stage Programming and Alamo Angels, I'm going to try to do a little bit of a deep dive, but that's something I'll be consistently updating the board in anticipation of our April event, April board meeting, excuse me. Just a brief kind of overview on eBridge. Again, we're trying to create this ecosystem of entrepreneurship and keep our best and brightest here in Brownsville, those that want to stay and start a venture. And that's a breakdown of all these numbers around here, all those other things.
Yeah, I think there's,
You're like, yeah, I need that.
Yeah,
yeah.
I needed my other slides there.
Okay.
Y'all didn't put my slides in?
Yeah.
Okay.
They can follow along in the,
So Blueprint Business Program
Yeah,
update, we
it's
had
the
32 graduates. We had 18 come in through our eBridge Center, and we also did, this is the first pilot program that we had, where we worked with the SNAB, Special Needs Advisory Board, to have a very specific Blueprint Business Program in the Southmost Library for parents of special needs at a time when they could actually attend. So it was kind of our first pilot program with them. It was really successful. For our Startup Texas Quality of Life Accelerator, that started, like Nelson said, about 6 weeks ago. And I think all my slides are, no, I don't need to hold
Okay.
them up.
Yeah,
They're all
they're
in
here.
the packet if you, yeah, there you go, if you want to kind of follow along. This will be the last cohort that's going to get seed funding from us. We got our EDA grant. We had already been kind of looking at when we were going to let our seed funding kind of expire. We got that grant. We're going to let it expire with this last cohort. We're going to move on strictly towards programming. Trying to think what next slide I'm at. Startup Week. We've raised $10,000 so far. I'm looking to raise at least another 10, hopefully, before the program starts. We have a lot of in-kind sponsors coming in to assist us as well. We're already at 89 volunteers, and we've already got 80 tickets sold so far. So it's going great. EDA Build to Scale on Tuesday, April 2nd, will be the first day of our new employee, Samantha Morales. She comes to us from Expanding Frontiers, actually. She's got a lot of good experience with working within some ecosystem building. She's also got some great experience in Houston for a startup that she worked with as well. Some new programs and partnerships. Prairie View A&M University, we've partnered with them to offer 2 programs to entrepreneurs down here. One was the Hub Certification, Historically Underutilized Business Certification program, as well as the BID Academy, which was a business and development program. Both of those were just to help underutilized businesses get government contracts, so get government work, kind of have everything in line so that they can actually properly bid for work. And it was really successful. How many graduates did we have, Nelson, in that one?
Last one, it was around more than 40.
We had a lot. So it was a really good program. We're going to do it again next year with Prairie View A&M. The only thing we had to actually sponsor was the food, the location, and a little bit of administrative assistance. Bay Area Houston Economic Partnership, they received money from the state of Texas to have their Space Alliance Technology Outreach Program. That money needed to be spread throughout the state. It can't just stay in Houston. They reached out to BCIC. They want to provide that program to entrepreneurs for free here. So the administrative assistance that we provide is just finding entrepreneurs that have a need for that program and just getting them in contact with them. That's what the contract is that you all just agreed to in the consent agenda item. Despite what the name says, it's not really directly related to aerospace technologies. It can be any company that has a specific technical need that the engineers that will be giving up some time can provide. Unlike the NASA Tech Transfer Program that Expanding Frontiers and UTRGV already has, this is a private sector tech transfer program that we're able to tap into. Lockheed Martin, 6 months ago I could have said this, but Boeing, like really cool companies that are participating in that. We're also going to do a bicycle-friendly business designation. Right now, Brownsville's at a bronze. We want to move that up to a silver. So in April and in May, we're going to have some information sessions for businesses to apply, and we're actually going to sponsor the cost of the application for each business. It's about $200, and it's a very lengthy application. I wanted to kind of dive in on this here, but if you can kind of look in your packets, the Elements Early Stage Programming. It's a program that we want to offer. It's completely different. Most of our programming has been with UTRGV. We've started to branch out with Prairie View, and this is kind of another branching out with the University of Texas of Austin. Elements program is started by the executive director of the Office of Inclusive Innovation and Entrepreneurship there. It's a program that's going to directly target at-risk youth in entrepreneurship here in Brownsville. I had planned to look at my slides and be able to talk more about it, but like I said, this program, because I really want it to happen on the April agenda item, I'm going to continuously give you all updates and then reach out to each one of you to get some feedback so that all of our questions are answered and everybody's kind of on the same page. This is a brand new program. We haven't had a new program like this since Startup Texas kind of morphed into an accelerator. And lastly, our Alamo Angels chapter designation will finally take place in May. I'll be coming to the board with a contract on that in April. I will also be updating the board and reaching out to you individually to discuss. We have this budgeted already for our fiscal year 24 budget. We're getting some reimbursement from that EDA grant for our programs that will offset some of this, as well as the scope of work called for us to create an angel investment group here. That group is the reason why we're moving away from seed funding from Startup Texas. We're going to allow an angel investment group to be that capital arm for us as opposed to BCIC all the time. I will yield to any questions.
No questions? Anything? Okay. Well, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you all.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
There's no action needed for this, right?
No, it's just reports.
Okay, so now moving on to public hearings.
Well, first we'll introduce Miriam. Miriam's gonna just kind of do an intro into the quality of life projects here.
Good evening, Board. Cycle 2 of the Quality of Life Grants Program is open from January 1st through March 1st. For this cycle, we received 9 submissions totaling approximately $2.5 million. As requested by the board in a previous meeting, we invited all of the participants to come tonight to present their projects for your consideration. To ensure efficient use of time, we kindly request that applicants limit their presentation to a maximum of 5 minutes. I will be keeping time. And then following the presentations, we will open the floor for Q&A from the board, and then we'll move consecutively throughout the agenda item. The first presentation is from down by the border, and this is Mr. Sergio Zarate. I'm just gonna guide him through the clicker really quickly.
And Nubia will read the item.
Item number 5, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-021 down by the border, adaptive sports league for children with special needs in the amount not to exceed $50,000.
We need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Please. Sergio. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sergio Zarate. I am one of the co-founders and vice president of an organization called Down by the Border. We're here basically in the city of Brownsville, but we service the Rio Grande Valley, the state of Texas, and in many ways, when we go to Washington to advocate for our children, we serve all over. But in the essence of time, 5 minutes seems like it's not enough for me to explain everything, so I'm going to get to the meat and potatoes of this, of what we're asking for. Also to respect the others, very worthy presenters that are here, okay? I believe here we are. So in your packet, it'll give you the information of why this is important, but let me get to it. In Brownsville, we have a lot of parks, a lot of green spaces, a lot of athletic fields that have been available to all of us, including myself as a younger man. But we have not addressed those that come to this world of no fault of their own, the way they came. And I happen to have a daughter who has Down syndrome, autism, and epileptic seizures. So I see it through her eyes. I have a typical boy who's, he's one of those that went to the Final Four this past year on the football team, and the opportunities that he has, and when I see her opportunities, they're not there. So we're asking for a partnership with you to create an adapted sports. The reason it's called adapted is because whether they're blind, they can hear, they can walk, or they can talk, we will make it work. We have 400 plus volunteers that will, be alongside them in the 6 sports that we want to offer. So one, I'm asking for the opportunity to be able to offer these sports in a calendar year. Number 2, we would like the consistency of a sport. It's one thing if we go out on a Sunday, maybe have an adapted baseball game, and we never do it again, or we do it a year later. There's no consistency, there's nothing to be gained other than feeling good that day. So we're asking for the consistency of continuing this. And thirdly, if we're going to do it consistently, every child needs to be healthier. Their wellness has to get better, and so it is for them as well. So we are going to assess every child at every one of the sports to follow them, provide nutrition information to the parents so that they can eat a little better, a diet a little better, with a consistency of 6 different sports. You will not get bored. We've got baseball, we've got basketball, we've got pickleball. We're going to do everything so that they have a consistent time and that they can get better. I want to come to you in a year and show you the numbers and their wellness that has gotten better. I ask this on behalf of just BISD. There's 37,000 students, 6,382 have special needs. So the numbers are there. Our children that come to this world with autism are high. And so we just do not want to leave them out. It is not right. that we do that, okay? I'm open to, let me just show you a few, those pictures that are there. We already do this, but we do it inconsistently because of the lack of the funding. So we do bowling, we do baseball, basketball, soccer, and we'd like to explore other avenues. Those that are in yellow are our volunteers. There are juniors and seniors in high school, but also from the UTRGV program, those that are going into kinesiology, those that are coming into, that are going to do PT and OT. So I will leave it open to any questions that I can answer for you.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Any questions?
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Just to give us a sense of the scope, like on these events that you're already doing, how many kids you usually have in any of these activities?
in
On
the
average,
past,
on
it seems
average.
like baseball is like, we got 120 to show up. And basketball, and we do basketball/soccer indoors, we get about 75. But at the same time, we'd like to be able to move it to the different areas of town so that we can address, you know, at Gonzalez Park, at Oliveda Park, in the different areas. The Dome has been a tremendous gift for them. They love going there. It's huge, it's accessible, bathrooms are everywhere. So I think consistently everyone will get about 100. That's what we can do. Yes, sir.
So I'm assuming you already built a strong partnership with the city to kind of help
Yes.
facilitate these activities. So if we are to grant these funds, you will be able to, accommodate the activities in the places that you already have, or maybe expand it to new
Yes, sir.
areas in partnership with the city, correct?
Right, and as a matter of fact, right now, at this moment, we're having an Easter egg hunt at the sports park, on the football field. And the reason that's important is because whether you're in a wheelchair or you can't, you're safe there. So we used that particular field, we used the Dome, we've used the baseball fields at West Brownsville Little League. All the infields are completely accessible and adaptable. This community is growing, more opportunities are there for them. And so yes, with the city and other entities, we will be willing to work. But they do have to be accessible. That's something that we always look for. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So now we make a motion to close the public hearing?
First,
or-
we ask, this is a public hearing, does anybody have any comments?
Go ahead.
So, for the record, my name is Eva Garcia. I am the Parks Advisory Board Chair for the City of Brownsville, and I wanted to support this project publicly because I think that inclusivity is something that we're trying to do in the programming and the facilities that we have available. I think that by incorporating adaptive leagues and making safe spaces for everyone to access, I think that leverages the investments you're also making for this Parks Master Plan, but the Musco lighting, and I think further down the road, a lot of things that we hear on the Parks Advisory Board is the need for shade. Obviously, bathrooms are really hard to maintain, so strategically placing those. But I think we're working with our Special Needs Advisory Committee, the Brownsville Beautification Committee, Parks Advisory Board, obviously the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, and we want to continue to promote those programs, market them, invite kids to the programming because we know that creates more spending in our community to recreate and to be part of a league. We got to buy the gear and the equipment and go out to eat and enjoy our weekends, and it becomes more of family, more friends as part of that. So I just wanted to continue to communicate that we support this types of problems. All the projects are great, but particularly this one because of its correlation to the parks and public spaces, and then just seeing that continued investment in hopefully year 2, year 3, and just in the future continuing to see that, because any one of us could lose our abilities and end up in this space where we want to have that community and that safe space to be with others like us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, so now we make a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 So do we make a motion
session is we can go to executive session and discuss this later on and discuss each item, and then we can come out and then we make whatever y'all decide to do.
Go down the line.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm gonna make a motion to open the public hearing or, you want me to read?
Item 6,
I'll read.
yeah.
Item 6, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-023, Children's Museum of Brownsville, outdoor learning garden phase 2 in the amount not to exceed $51,000.
Do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Thank you all so much. So my name is Felipe Peña. I'm the Executive Director at the Children's Museum of Brownsville. This outdoor learning garden project that has come over from Phase 1 is an expansion to our current offerings at the museum. And so the purpose of this project is to really kind of fill out that middle section between both buildings that we currently have. We want that connectivity so that families don't have to travel outside of the museum to get to the other space. They'll be able to travel through the outdoor learning garden to get to the buildings. And we want to include some new offerings that we actually have waiting in storage that are ready to go to be included in this area. So we want to make it convenient, we want to make it accessible, and we want it to be a safe space where you don't have to worry if you're traveling across the plaza. This is $50,000 to really kind of transform mostly the fencing costs and what it's going to take to reconfigure the space. We do already have the existing space, so this will add additional square footage. We do have quite a bit of additional funding that's already been provided for this expansion project, one of them being from the City of Brownsville in the amount of $50,000. Brownsville PUB has contributed $47,000 that will allow us to include a PUB water tower, where the children will be able to walk up into the water tower and ride a slide down. We also have $10,000 from the KFC Foundation that is for a trike track. So the kids will ride their bikes and their trikes around the track inside of this space, giving them a sense of sort of a city feel. And then we have a $50,000 contribution from the Moody Foundation that has helped us mostly with the awning and the shading that's already in place and ready to go. So talking about community impact, we're going to increase our exhibit offerings, of course, including the impact with informal education and learning through play, boost local tourism, improve overall well-being, and then contribute to Brownsville's economy. So as the second largest institution in the Midi Cultural District, we draw quite a few people over the course of the year, and so this will just help us continue to bring and draw people to Brownsville. Based on the categories that were originally presented in Cycle 1, we felt like we have so many of those components within this project, including infrastructure, beautification, culture, tourism, health, wellness, safety, accessibility, all of those great things. So that is the basics on that project. Any questions?
I have a question about the scope of the work itself. If you go to the first slide, please, the aerial slide, just to understand how this will be implemented. So you're saying this new fence that you're going to have is going to actually kind of encompass or help you transition from the museum building to the pavilion without having to go outside. So I imagine the fence will be actually kind of going from one edge of the building to the other. So in between, there is no accessibility in and out, but between the buildings, they will be accessible.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Just to
so
clarify.
folks will be able to exit. There's currently an exit on the main building, which is the one with the sort of green roof. And then they'll be able to travel through that space, experience all the exhibits that are there, and then now we have a ramp up towards the pavilion that will also be enclosed there to allow folks to kind of go easily back and forth. What's happening right now is folks have to leave the main front doors of the green building and travel kind of a different route to get to the pavilion side.
Quick question. So you said that you do get a lot of heavy traffic. I'm assuming the summer is your peak season. What do those numbers look? I'm just curious, as far as throughout the year.
So we're seeing about 60,000 visitors a year.
Oh, wow.
Right now, the summers are crazy. But in April and May, it's field trip season. So we have schools from Edinburgh, Raymondville, Los Fresnos, as far away as Rio Grande City, that are sort of getting the kids on the bus, heading to the museum.
So do they go to the zoo before or after this?
They stay with us actually, because they have to make it back for drop-off time. But the zoo does have the same thing, right? They're getting field trips this during this season too. So
Awesome.
it's a busy time. We used to say, oh, summer's kind of the craziest time and everything else is a little bit down. It's busy all year round now. If we get a few good, downtime Tuesdays, then we're happy with that. But it's been very busy. It's a very, very busy museum.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there a plan to add some shading devices to this new expansion in the
Can you say
future?
that one more time?
Shade for
Shade
that.
structure.
Canopy
So
for shade.
actually, that
Canopies.
canopy is in existence already. Yeah, the shade structures are there. They're just waiting for that fencing to kind of wrap it all together.
Will this expansion or this expansion plus your other project that you're proposing in any way affect your staffing needs?
The beautiful part about this area is that there's already processes and people in place that do the work to take care of them. So it's not that much more. The second project that I'll talk about in a while, that one will be an interesting a completely new feature. So that one we'll learn as we go along. But these structures are kind of very guided, and the processes and procedures we have in place for the current outdoor learning garden will just expand to the new space. So it won't be too much to cover.
Are there any new security considerations for
Yes,
this?
there are. So we are looking at some possible emergency exit types of situations and we're learning from the San Antonio Children's Museum, the Museum, because they have a beautiful outdoor area that has those types of features. So that's kind of one of the main ones that we're trying to address.
Are there any other comments from the public? It's a public hearing. Okay. Can I get a motion to, thank you, Felipe, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to close out the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And this public hearing is closed. Let's move on to the next one. Thank you.
Item number 7, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-024, Brownsville Society for the Performing Arts, online streaming for Brownsville's local radio station, KXIQ 105.1 FM-LP, in the amount not to exceed $115,650.
We need a motion.
Can I make, can I get a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Your name, please.
Good evening to the board, to visitors, to the public. I'm Michael Watts. I have the honor of serving as president of the Brownsville Society for the Performing Arts. BSPA has been around for a while. We are about to celebrate 30 years in 2025 in providing arts, cultural entertainment, educational support for the community in very unique ways. We are committed to having unique events, especially designed for our community, that are things that you wouldn't see normally in a community our size. We are kind of specialized lately into festivals. And these festivals have pretty unique economic as well as artistic, cultural contributions to the community. We pretty much are the only game in town for these types of events, classical music events, Latin jazz events, and a free Christmas event for the Brownsville community. That's a long-standing tradition that was revitalized in 2009 by BSPA. We are looking for these festivals especially to promote tourism and growth economically. We incorporate lots of different vendors. We incorporate contractual, technical work, and artists, and so many visitors from within our region and from without, providing the dollar multipliers to the economy as well. We're, as a performing arts organization, all of us, some 60 of us in the state of Texas, are pretty needy in terms of organizations, and especially in terms of something unique that we have, which is KXIQ Radio, 105.1 on your FM dial. We have about a 200,000 person range in our broadcast area. It's a low-power FM radio station, but it's very unique in terms of its ideal, which is to provide a local nexus for broadcasting, kind of like arts and cultural news you can use, as well as announcements, for example, road closures or outages of various types. These types of announcements that are provided through one of the sponsors and guarantors of KXIQ, Brownsville Public Utilities Board. So from the outset of BSPA's mission, we want to collaborate with a number of community attractions and good quality of life efforts. This is only a small picture of the collaborations and partnerships that we have developed. But the goal is, especially through the radio station and the capacity to use that as a linchpin for media of all sorts, social media, broadcast, analog media, and especially through this effort, really provide that nexus for the community to be well informed about all the events and opportunities that might benefit them. By the way, on the previous slide, this is a rare opportunity for us to fulfill this kind of ambition to go online. These types of grants are exceedingly rare. This is the first one I've run across to get us on the air, to get us online on a regular basis. And you can see we have a great start with the Brownsville Matters radio show and podcast hosted by the fantastic Dr. W.F. Strong. And if you haven't heard this, you can go to our YouTube channel and see all the season last year and up to the minute for this year as well. Amazing interviewer. So we also do the events. We'd like to promote to engage a much larger section of the community that don't listen to their car radio, but can get these alerts on their phone and really connect to these really unique events. Sorry for the unfortunate visage, but if you go to our YouTube channel, there's a video that explains our productions in some detail in about 5 minutes. And
Great.
that's it. Do you
Thank
have
you.
questions?
Hi, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm actually very a new fan of the
105. I discovered it recently, so it's really good. Can you explain a little bit more of how you're going to use the money for? Like, what's the money for, please?
The money is for, specifically, it's equipment. And it's not only the equipment like a tranche of computers, one computer to do the programming, one computer to do the editing, and another one to actually do the streaming itself. From that to upgrading the current broadcast equipment that we have, which is aging, and everything from microphones to connecting cords to storage devices, micro discs, and the like is part of this. What's very fortunate about this is we're looking at a minimum of about 5 years' worth of equipment before we would ever consider an upgrade just from this grant.
So if you granted this grant, how soon you will have the capability to go online?
As soon as we have the computer for the streaming and the upgrade to the platform, we would instantly go online. So we would anticipate being online by October.
If you go online, is that going to help maybe also generate additional revenue through marketing?
Absolutely. The marketing will be greatly enhanced because podcasts are just blowing up, and we have a great podcast, and I think it's of special interest to the community and the region, and plus there are people that are no longer in Brownsville that can stay connected to Brownsville through something that is truly international. And then there's the monetization of podcasts and other media, taking, for example, Brownsville Matters onto the Patreon platform. This is absolutely necessary for an entity like ours.
We're not replacing Dr. Strong, are we?
Oh, no. Heavens, no. You haven't heard anything, have you?
No.
Oh, okay. Good.
I like Dr. Strong. That's okay.
Is there any effort right now to bring NPR back into the valley?
That is part of the ultimate goal. Once we are online, we'll obviously have a broader audience. We'll have more opportunity to garner more support, which will eventually, our strategic plan, lead to 2 more employees that are specific to the radio station, which is one of the prerequisites for becoming an NPR affiliate. And that is part of the master plan for us. Since we don't have one anymore, we would like to have one.
So you're saying the equipment will, like NPR has a minimum requirement for?
It has a minimum equipment requirement, and it also has a minimum staffing requirement. So we're kind of using the streaming as a carrot to attract more interest in support, which will be allocated to funding staff. And staff is absolutely critical for our intent.
Thank you. Any other questions? Since this is a public hearing, is there any other public comment? If not, thank you very much. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Next.
Item number 8, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-025, Health Sciences Institute at Renaissance, Community Advancement and Resilience through Education Care Program in the amount not to exceed $90,000.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just gotta open,
No, it's okay.
do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm just excited. So my name is Stephanie Huerta. I'm the director for our Health Sciences Institute with DHR Health. And next to me, I have Mr. Robert Haddad. He is one of our lawyers with DHR Health.
Yeah, and I handle our government relations.
Yes. So you may see him when you go for your tour. on Tuesday. But the reason we're here is we just celebrated our 1-year anniversary yesterday here in Brownsville for DHR. But we are much more than just a hospital. We have an education system. And so I am here to present to you the high quality digital education that we are here to provide for Brownsville residents. We are here to provide sustainable and empower the residents to, not only just address the healthcare high demand jobs that we need right now and have, but give them the opportunity to continue working while trying to be successful and pursue a degree or certification. So as mentioned, what our learners can expect is they can expect quality education that they can do from home in a 12-month span. Because it is self-paced, they are able to do it on their own with our help and guidance with instructors as well, and they are able to balance education with their work, families, and continue their commitments. What we do offer is full-time staff. We have private tutoring as well, and the best thing about this is that we follow each and every student 1 year after they complete their program, and this is to ensure that they are successful. So we help them with soft skills, we help them with resume writing, and we also help them find those jobs that you will see are in need here in Brownsville. Our target audience are our residents here. All you need to do is be 18 or older and have a high school diploma or GED. I can't tell you how often I visit our local workforce here, and I'm doing presentations, and we have a lot of internationals who were doctors, who were nurses, and they're coming over here and they're not able to find a job, and instead they're looking for healthcare certifications to complete to get back into the working field. So I'm going to kind of briefly go over these. As mentioned, we offer high quality digital education. We've talked about flexibility, and we've talked about the support that we provide. Most residents will not only just be able to find a job with DHR, but we are looking to help fulfill all the needs all across Brownsville. You're looking at clinics, you're looking at your laboratories, you're looking at pharmacies, and so what you'll see here are the 9 programs that we offer. So we offer anywhere from medical assistants, medical administrative assistants, EKG technicians, phlebotomy technician, physical therapy aides, medical billing and coding, pharmacy technicians, registered behavior tech. We also offer skills development. So once they are done completing the courses online, we will help place them. This is not something that other institutions do. So we help place them and find where they can actually do the clinicals and their externships to provide that hands-on experience. We want to make sure that these people that are coming to and through us are going back and they are prepared. They are not lacking the soft skills or customer service to provide to patients or community members. So frequently asked questions that we get is what is included in the price that you're going to see here shortly. We get tuition, books, and they take a voucher for their national board exam. I apologize, but I'm going to go a little faster. Here we have about 187 openings throughout just Brownsville alone, and you can see where the biggest need is. And here you see all the current job openings as of 3/19/2024. So the $90,000 proposed budget that we have covers tuition specifically for these students. It'll cover backpacks, student planners for them to stay on track and be successful. It'll cover their lab coats and or scrubs. And it'll also include their student affairs fee for a background check that they will have to complete before they go and they start doing their clinicals. Here, I want you to see the comparison cost. We are very, very cost effective compared to other institutions here in the Valley. Reason being is we are able to cut costs because we're providing that online education, but we're still going above and beyond at a lower cost price because we are doing that 1-year follow-up and we are doing the student placement for them for externships and clinicals. So this is our timeline. If, you know, a one-year timeline. So we're doing marketing and recruitment. We already do that now. Next week, we will be here on Thursday for a event that they're having for workforce. And then we're going to help with enrollment as well as monitoring the students. We monitor them bi-weekly. So we are able to see their grades, we're able to see their progress online, and we do student check-ins as well. And then at the end of 9 to 12 months, we are going to prepare for a graduation ceremony to take place here in Brownsville for the students, and to, once they are done, also hopefully prepare them to see where they're going to have their job placements within the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Questions, Mark?
Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks for the presentation. I don't have a mic. Okay, thank you. A few quick questions, and I have several, so if you forget some, I can restate them. But one, I'm wondering about impact measures. So thinking about the number of students that enroll, what percentage complete the program. After they've completed the program, what percentage find a job within this field? And then do you track the median hourly wage of students that are employed after they complete the program?
Yes, we do. So I'll start with the last question first. So tracking goes above just their grades. Once they are placed, right now, median wages, I can tell you numbers here, pharmacy technicians, that's about $37,790. For medical assistants, which are in dire need throughout the entire valley, that's about $38,270. With an EKG technician, you're looking at about $36,000. For a physical therapy aide, you're looking at $57,240. For medical billing and coding, this one is right now one of our hot commodities at $47,180. Only because, yes, while clinics and hospitals are looking for medical billing and coding, this is also a high priority job that's they're looking for online.
Wait, maybe before you keep going, that may be the median salary for that type of job.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what I was asking more specifically, of the people that have graduated, do you have the average either, hourly wage or annual wage, not necessarily what that field earns? I'm trying to get a sense of once they finish, do they get a job, and if so?
So that is part of our mission. We are new. We have just started in November. So as of now, we have just in the months from January till right now, we had 20 students enroll. And so with that, we are tracking them, and we are already making the phone calls, and we have people from the community calling us saying who's on track to finish in what month, so that way we can start setting up those interviews prior to them even receiving their certification, because once they receive their certification, we want to bring them right on board.
So in other words, no one's graduated yet?
Not yet.
Okay, and how many students are enrolled in the current program, did you say?
We have 20.
20.
Mm-hmm. And they're spread out through the programs themselves. But we know just from the impact that we're having right now with the students, following up and ensuring that they are doing completion, we know that because we are smaller, we're able to do this compared to higher institutions that have a lot more students, and we have the staff to do it as well.
So another question on the program price comparison. I see it's broken down by the type of program, but then it also says affordable programs with finance options. So I know that you're asking for funds to support, part of the tuition, the supplies.
Right.
So what is the total cost of students, and what are the finance options, and can you just explain how they're?
Yes, of course. So right now, we offer 3 different types of ways to pay.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, one is a student can pay in full, but right now that's difficult for a lot of people. 2 is we offer Affirm, the credit company, but honestly, a lot of our students who have gone through us do not have the credit needed to get accepted by a firm. So our third option is an in-house financing, where it's $99 down. They still run a credit check, but it's more flexible, and then they give monthly payments through there. What we have seen, and the conversations I've had with students when I go visit the workforce, especially like those that are in the WIOA program, they cannot even afford those monthly payments. So this is what we're looking for. We're looking to see, those residents that are here in Brownsville that truly want to do better for themselves, for their family, and they are struggling to find ways just to pay for their education.
So just, it would help to walk me through an example. If the medical billing assistant is $2,795 and a student puts $99 down, then they're making a monthly payment until they finish. What's the amount of the monthly payment and what's the interest rate? Or is there no interest rate?
There is an interest rate, but it depends on each student.
So what's the range?
So that is through a third party that we work with. So I don't know those. All I get on my end is the monthly payment that the student will be paying, and when they will finish paying. If it's a 12-month program, because we do have the registered behavioral program that's only 6 months or 3 months. So if it's a 12-month program, they have up to 12 months to pay it off.
Okay, thanks. I guess just so you understand why I'm asking, I think it's great that you have a payment option, because I completely agree with you. The demographic that we serve doesn't have, cash on hand to make to pay up front. But I am concerned about what the interest rate is for students that are financing this.
Right.
So that would be helpful to know.
Yes, so I know that we've previously been asked that question, but because they do it on their own through the third party, that is not something that is released to us. It's the only thing we get is their contract stating that they are going to be making X amount for 12 months and on the date. That's the information that we receive. Everything else is through the student. That is why we're coming to here to ask for these funds so that we can begin offering these types of programs, and really revenue is going to come right back into the city of Brownsville for these people who are going to be working here and then spending the money here as well.
So they would be charged interest, because you're asking for 100% funding for their scholarship.
So if they get the scholarship at 100%, there is no interest. That's it.
So how many scholarships again how many students would get a scholarship out of the 90,000?
So we're looking at, out of all these jobs that are available, we're looking to fill at least 20% of them, so it would be about 33 students.
But 33 students, the 90,000 divided by 33, sorry, can't do mental math anymore.
It's okay, it's different for each program. So I did break it down, depending, it's a suggested amount for each program. Yes, thank you. Thank you, right here, yes. It is broken down, and the way we broke it down is by most need. So these jobs are the ones that are broken down that have more, are in demand higher here in Brownsville.
So it's based on the demand of the job, not the financial need of the student.
It's both. So again, we're looking at students who can't afford to, pay for their education. And so what we're doing is looking at in-demand jobs in Brownsville and how we can help the student at the same time. Now, in having conversations, this is who's to say that, for example, we have students who want to, do 7 in medical billing and coding and only 6 in physical therapy. Where is it that we can shift so we can fill the need of what the student wants as well?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I have a few questions
Yes.
as well. Sorry for that. So you listed some institution of higher education, STC and others, but you didn't mention TSC, you didn't mention TSTC. So how is this, why we're creating a different program where 2 other entities within the region offer similar programs, if not the same?
So what we did was a comparison of the similar programs. So for example, if TSTC or STC or there's someone that is not mentioned, it's because they don't offer what we're offering.
But some of these programs are offered at TSC and TSTC. So that's first question. Second is, are these degrees going to be credited by any agency outside of the hospital? Like, is it accredited by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board or by other entities, or?
So no, right now we are just accredited by Texas Workforce Commission as a college and career institution, but they will, since they are sitting for a national board exam, depending on what it is that they take, they will be able to take this healthcare certification and be able to use it anywhere.
Other question is about the practicum. Many of these programs require practice or practicum, and you're doing digital, which is online, basically.
Right.
So how are you planning to accommodate the practicum aspect of these programs? I mean, are you going to host them all in your hospital?
No. So while it would be great to host them at our hospital, we work with all the clinics and we work with all the pharmacies as well. It's not just specifically to DHR. That is why when we help look for jobs as well, it's not specifically to just DHR. We look at what's in demand in your area.
But as you might know, there is a limitation of how many of these entities can actually accommodate. As it is right now, the local institutions, mainly TSC and TSTC, struggle with accommodating their own students in the practicum because many of those entities cannot accommodate. Actually, they're limited of how many they can enroll in the programs, mainly because of the lack of spaces to accommodate the practicum aspect. So
We
you know
do,
what I'm saying?
yes,
You're on
no,
board with this?
I do,
So-
and we do have a students affairs division that in our hospital, we're the only one in the valley that it not only provides externships for clinicals, we also provide observerships. So if a student or someone is thinking, I possibly want to be a nurse, we offer shadowing where they can come and observe for up to a 2-week period. So we can make, depending on who it is and what it is. Remember, because it is on your own, you're on your own pace. The students it's not like a cohort. So not all 33 students are all starting on, day 1 of April 1st. It would be slowly, so everybody will have a different date. So in order to place them, we will have different dates when we can place them as well.
Last question, I'm assuming because it's not recognized by the state, the students are not eligible for financial aid for
No.
this program. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Are you eligible to receive funding from the workforce boards?
Yes.
What are you projecting for your target success rate of these students on certification exams?
So right now, the company we are partnered with another company that offers the curriculum, and right now they have a 97.8% passing rate on their certifications.
Is this education component a profit center for DHR?
It is not. So what you see here, the tuition is focused on the curriculum, and it really doesn't cover the cost of the education department. So DHR is incurring that cost to operate this program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, any public comment? Okay, so I'm gonna ask for a motion to close out the public hearing. Thank
So
you very
moved.
much.
Thank you all very much.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next public hearing.
Item number 9, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-026, Children's Museum of Bronzeville, Amelia Earhart Adventure Climber exhibit in the amount not to exceed $400,000.
Do any of you need one? No? You're okay, right? Yeah. Sure, you don't need the paper.
Do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll motion to open.
And I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Public
Thank
hearing is
you.
open. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for allowing us to present this amazing project. The Amelia Earhart Adventure Climber is going to be hopefully a beautiful new addition to the Children's Museum. So we are working with the museum out of San Antonio on this project. They are our designers, and they are helping us to inspire our community. If you didn't know, the museum in San Antonio is the #1 children's museum around the country. They were awarded in 2023, I think it was. So hopefully we'll take that title away from them one of these days. They have visitorship of upwards of 600,000 people a year. So we are learning quite a bit from them. So the presentation's a little bit different from when I originally submitted, just because there's been a lot of change and a lot of development as we've gone along. But we're reaching for the stars with this, and we hope that we can make this very impactful project possible. What you have in front of you is the latest schematic drawings from the museum, and so that will really help you kind of get a picture about where this exhibit will be and how it works. This does meet one of the major components of our master planning that BCIC also helped us fund. That is a big portion of the Ringgold Civic Pavilion. And we want to sort of increase our age range, right? Right now, a lot of our work has been focused on the very, very young, usually 1 to like 8 years old. So this exhibit will now help us expand a little bit into the 10, 11, 12-year-old category. And so some of the goals that we have for this project, obviously, is to continue to foster holistic development for children in an educational environment for our visitors. We want to promote social emotional learning for children. We want to keep pushing the STEM, right? That's really important. And we want to have a safe space for families to come together and share an experience while learning about one of the legends, Amelia Earhart. Now we're going to have the bench in the park. We'll have a complimentary exhibit inside the museum, and it's air conditioned, so people can stay cool. So some of the project phases right now, right, we're in the design phase. With this funding, we'll be able to complete that final step, move into construction. Educational components would be fully developed, and then of course we'd go in through community exposure, maintenance and evaluation. And our timeline, if funding comes through as early as April, then we would be able to get the project open, hopefully May 16th, which would be the same day that Amelia Earhart earned her commercial license in Brownsville. So that would be best case scenario. I understand we're still kind of gonna be in the 60-day waiting period, so obviously that might shift, but we would do everything we can to try and get open by May 16th if possible. The components that you're looking at are better seen inside that presentation. Page 9 is really the best kind of imagery of what you'll take away from that the exhibit, and 10 gives you sort of a big scale view of what you will experience when you're there. We do have 2 planes in this exhibit. The first one's on the ground floor with its own cockpit, and the kids that are in wheelchairs or that need accessibility can get into that space. And then the mobile kids can climb all the way to the top and be in the clouds. And so that's a really exciting thing that they'll be able to do. And then, of course, we'll have the dome also be a part of the interaction. We want it to be immersive, so the dome will change from daytime to nighttime, and the rotation of stars to bright skies and clouds will be there. This is, again, living in the Ringgold Civic Pavilion Center, going from the first floor, and it'll be about 2.5 stories high. This is a previous rendering. Now the rendering you have in your hands is a lot better, a lot more complete. And the Lucky website that's up on the screen gives you that real sense of what these climbers are like. If you've ever visited a children's museum around the country, many of them have these lucky climbers where it's just they're going up into the sky, and then they get to climb back down, and using all their motor skills, learning how to communicate with their fellow friends as they're going through this experience. Our climber will be slightly more unique to Brownsville, as we're sort of taking on different components from Amelia and learning about her travels, the planes that she used. We're going to be learning about thrust, rotation, gravity, all the main topics will be included. So here we have sort of the breakdown of expenses for the remainder of this project, the investment. We're getting into these next phases where we need the engineers and the architectural drawings to do the build-out. We will work with local structural engineers to complete the project, and then the build-out will happen all together. The additional $50,000 is coming from an IMLS grant, which is the Institute of Museum and Library Services. And so we're very proud of that accomplishment of bringing in a national group to help support this project. Any questions?
I have a couple of questions. The first thing is the design itself. First of all, I'm excited about the project, all right? It's a great addition, I think, for our kids and our families to have this kind of, interesting facility or feature. However, if you go back to the slides or for the lucky, like these slides, right? This is exciting, right? I have kids who went to the museum and they would love to go through this. I'm looking to the renders that we're having in front of us. It seems like it's a little bit more, what's the word? Like more tamed. It's more. It's for the lack of a word, it's more. It's boring. Like it's a box, right? So I highly recommend that you go back to the design team, or if you have a design team, and really kind of try to go back to the organic form rather than the confined squares, cubicle shape that kind of gives it this kind of confinement, kind of, so that's the designer in me, just sharing my thoughts on that. So, but I really think that should be a concern for us and should be addressed. The other aspect or the other question I have is, you already have an architecture firm assigned for this project that is working on it as we speak, or you're gonna?
Architectural firm?
Yes.
No, they are bringing that component to the museum is bringing that component to the table.
Okay, all right.
Experienced in climbers.
Okay, all right. Aside from the design aspect, as far as accessibility, this will be accessible to the museum visitors?
Correct.
Only, or it's also open for the general public?
So this would be an exhibit housed in the museum. General admission would get you access to this feature. There may be opportunities where there's free nights, like we had one with the SpaceX group where they paid for the day and people get to come in and experience the museum. We've had other organizations that support us that way too, where they give us funds to provide free tickets out in the community. I think we gave away something like 20,000 free tickets at the livestock rodeo show. So that's some of the ways that there's accessibility for those that may not be able to afford the admission to the museum. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do you have like once a month days where it's like an open house, or is it just the tickets that you get from?
We don't have community nights anymore. And we've changed our tactics a little bit in order to reach different folks. Last week, we distributed about, I want to say it was something in the range of like 10,000 passes to the museum to every single BISD school, so that the administrators could identify students who may need access to the museum, or they could use it for accomplishment-based, different ways of kind of reaching kids. What we've learned is that when we used to do open houses, there's a different mentality when folks come in that mindset, and so it's a very different usage of our space, and it's very destructive. This approach gives families the opportunity to visit on their own time when they have the availability. It's not restricted to a specific time or date, and it allows them to bring who they want with them and not have it be, less Black Friday feeling, kind of,
Right. Where everybody's like rushing to
Yeah.
go because that's the day. Do you have like a target number of tickets that you want to provide every year to the public? Is there,
The number,
yeah, like, do you have like a goal set? You're like, this year we're gonna put
we
in.
would love to do 10 times what we're doing now, but we're usually in the 25,000 range when the number of tickets that we've given out over the past 3 years.
Okay. Yep, another question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Just follow up. I mean, we have this company that obviously specialize in this kind of features, right? Did you do a comparison of pricing if we get it directly from them versus the route that we're going right now with, which is hiring an architecture firms? And because this firm obviously have, already the components and the setup, and I'm assuming they can come in and install it for us if we
Right.
want to. Did you?
Yeah, units off the shelf are different pricing than custom units like these, for sure. We have been working with the group that put together the Amelia Earhart bench, and so this was kind of our way of contributing to that project and making sure that we sort of perpetuate that information into the community, make sure people are aware. And so that's why we went with more of a custom feature. Off-the-shelf features are definitely a different price point, and they come in various sizes. We're actually, we were awarded a grant that's gonna bring in a small climber, probably about 6 to 7 feet high for the babies, and so that'll be in the baby area, and then this will hopefully be the one for the big kids.
So that, I think, is all for questions. Any comments from the public? If not, I'll ask for a motion for closing out this public hearing. Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item
Next,
10, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-027, Brownsville Society for Crippled Children Incorporated, DBA Moody Clinic, expansion of therapy services for children with special needs in the amount not to exceed $432,425.
I'd like to get a motion to open this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Cuevas, and I am the CEO at the Moody Clinic. And with me tonight is Eric Morales, and he is the COO at Moody Clinic. And we are here specifically to talk to you guys about the Health and Wellness Initiative. That's where we have asked for funding from you guys, and we would like to talk to you about this grant. So for those of you who don't know about Moody Clinic, I'll fill you in briefly about our history. We have been in our community for over 70 years. We are a nonprofit outpatient pediatric rehab facility. We're the only one south in the in our community, South Texas community, that we down here, and we provide services to children from birth to 21 years of age. We offer feeding, occupational, speech therapy, and physical therapy to children with special needs. And over the last year, Eric and I have been on a journey. We have created an expansion plan for Moody Clinic, and that's why we're here tonight. We have consistently seen certain problems within the community that we serve and in the population that we serve. Currently, Moody Clinic has over 300 patients waiting on our wait list. It continues to grow on a monthly basis, and it is not something that we take lightly. We know that we have a need in our community, and we want to be able to serve more children than we are. Everybody will ask me when I give presentations or tours of the clinic, why do you have this problem? Well, we have curated a very specialized team at this point. And our therapists are very well known in the community, and we have an influx of referrals of children with high medical needs, very different medical diagnosis, and that is what we are faced with. We are trying to get these children in as fast as we can. We have physicians calling us, asking us, telling us that this child has severe medical needs and that we need to move them up very quickly. We have neonatologists calling us, telling us that they've had a baby who was born at 25 weeks gestation, has spent 6 months in the hospital, and they need our therapy services immediately, and that we need to clear out our schedule for them. Texas Children's Hospital doesn't mind calling me. Methodist Children's Hospital out of San Antonio doesn't mind calling and asking for our help. They know the reputation of our therapists and our staff, and it's been a wonderful thing for us, but it is caused a problem in our community, and we want to be able to serve these children as much as we can. The second thing that we're seeing is the extreme need for early intervention. If you can imagine, as a parent, needing these services for your 2-year-old, your 6-month-old that's just come out of the hospital, and not being able to get it because there's no quality care down here, you're a desperate parent. And I always tell everybody, that is how Moody Clinic was founded. We were founded out of a mother's love, desperation, and determination to make sure that her son Charlie had the therapy services that he needed. We still see that today in every parent that walks through our doors. And so early intervention is key to the success for these patients. And so we are really pushing the envelope and trying to make that happen for them. The third problem that we see is that there's a need for financial assistance in our community. Of course there is, due to the high poverty level. But the other thing that compounds that factor for our families is when you have a child with special needs, it doesn't just stop there. You have much greater needs. There's medical equipment that comes with them. There's special, sometimes you have a nurse in your home with you. Sometimes you have special medication, constant trips, whether it's to Driscoll Children's Hospital, to specialty clinics outside of our area. There's a big need, and these families financially struggle, whether they live below poverty guidelines or their families just like yours and mine. They are struggling financially to be able to provide the therapy services that their children desperately need. So when we kind of went on this expansion plan, we really looked at what our problems were in our community. And those were the problems that we really found. So we wrote this big expansion plan, and we have been fortunate enough to have already received a significant portion of funding. We are 83% funded at this point on this project. And what will the project entail? So we are going to expand our team, not only my therapy team, but our front office team and then our administration, admin team for Erica and myself, to be able to help us manage what our needs are. The other thing that we're going to be doing, like I told you all, we have an influx of patients at this point, and there are so many of them that are NICU babies. We hosted a roundtable with neonatologists, pediatricians, Driscoll Children's Hospital, and it was interesting. It was just astounding for the neonatologists to tell us that in June they had 50% more babies in the NICU than they did last year. They're attributing it, they're trying to figure out why Brownsville is having this, and they're kind of seeing this all over the country, is what Dr. Tilley had told us, and that it is something that they're attributing as this due to COVID vaccines. Is it due to not having a COVID vaccine? They can't figure it out at this point, but 50% more children in the NICU than last year is a tremendous amount. And so these babies desperately need early intervention when they come out. They need to be able to learn how to suck, swallow, and breathe at the same time while they're drinking from a bottle, which is imperative for them. They've got to be able to visually track, do tummy time. And so what we're proposing also with this expansion plan, what we're going to make happen, is a NICU clinic. So we are going to have to be able to screen these babies appropriately and determine this one really needs our specialized services that my team can provide. This one, we can help them find resources in our community, early childhood intervention, some of these other programs that are out there. We really want to be able to collaborate with them and then take on these patients that really need extremely intense early intervention. So that's one of our biggest goals. The other thing that we see is a desperate need for mental health for these parents and siblings, because it's not just the parents that come in through our clinic, it's their siblings as well. And so we want to address that. Since I have 1 minute, I want to talk to you about our project scope. Like I said, we have 83% funded at this point, and we're seeking 17% from BCIC. We are looking to upgrade our plumbing, our HVAC system, and our parking, a parking lot expansion. Plumbing, we inherited a building that was built in the 1960s, and we have cast iron pipes and copper plumbing, and we've had a diagnostic done with a certified plumber, licensed plumber, and because we're having issues at this point. And so we know that that is something that we will have to tackle throughout our entire building. Our HVACs, when we're going to be doubling our staff and when we're going to be tripling our patient load, I know that we've got to have upgraded HVAC units. At this point, ours are over 10 years old, and we must move forward with upgrading these. The other thing is our parking lot expansion. Right now, we only have 24 total spaces, and I need a minimum with staff and patients that will be coming through that building with our expansion of 36. And so we have the space. We own our property, and we have the space. It's just being able to budget that and expand that properly. So some of the people that have awarded us, just so you all know, HEB Foundation, the Terracon Foundation, Brownsville Foundation for Health and Education. We put in some funding from one of our events, Leadership Brownsville, and then the Valley Baptist Legacy Foundation recently came in with over $2 million for us. And so that is our proposal at this point.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Okay, 2 questions. But before I start with my questions, I'm not sure if the community at large understands maybe the scope or even I can't think, I'm too tired at this point in the day, but really the sense of urgency maybe for the type of services that you provide and that you're proposing to expand. One, I think we all know that this region is a medically underserved area, but I think sometimes unless you have a child with special needs in your family or in your circle, right, sort of circle of family and friends, then I don't think people realize not just are we medically underserved, but when it comes to specialty services, pediatric specialty services, it's even more dire. So I just wanted to start by commending you and the team for putting this proposal together because it's just so important, such a deep need. Secondly, I guess, can you give us a sense of the 300 children that are on the wait list? What's the average wait time, right, with where you are now? And then secondly, once you have the funding, what's the project timeline? Like how quickly do you anticipate that you'll be done?
So right now, it kind of depends on our discipline that they're trying to get in for. Speech therapy is the #1 driver for therapy services at Moody Clinic. And so on that wait list, you could possibly wait 18 to 24 months. Like I said, if I have Driscoll Children's Hospital, one of our neonatologists, a pediatrician calling me, telling me, we need this child in desperately. Nobody else can do this. There are certain medical diagnoses that have to be really considered. If I have a child that is not feeding and is going to end up being malnourished or on a G-tube, we have to move pretty quickly with those patients. So it really is kind of a case-by-case basis for us. So 18 to 24 months is what we're looking at. And then what was your other question again? Oh, project timeline.
Yeah.
So we're up to our eyeballs currently in construction at the clinic at this point. And we are already moving very quickly. The Legacy Foundation, there are strict guidelines and timelines as when we must be done. And so we're going to have to be done with all construction by December. And our plan, like our NICU clinic has to be up off the ground along with our support groups.
Thanks.
This December. We have almost the whole West Wing completed at this point. So we've been doing interviews and we're going to start pulling on additional staff members at this point.
Jessica, can you give us a real-life example of what is the impact of a child not getting early intervention? Is there a patient you can think of that had that patient been seen sooner, the outcomes would have been different?
I can. We have a set of twins who sat on our wait list for at least a year. They were preemies, extreme preemies. I want to say they were 25 weeks. And so normal gestation for a baby is 40 weeks. They were born at 25 weeks. Our medical community is amazing. And these children are surviving, where at the beginning of my career, that was not going to be the same outcome. So these twins sat on our wait list for a while because they didn't have, the physician is out of Los Fresnos and he didn't know to call us and tell us, like, move these kiddos, and all I have is a paper referral on them. And we finally, Driscoll High Risk Clinic called me and said, we're following this case along, we're desperate. We need him, we need these twins to get into you. The little boy must be seen first. If you can't get the little girl in, we can wait for a second, but we've got to have him in. And so we pulled him in first, and unfortunately, he had not received the care that he needed for an entire year. He did have therapy services going out to his house, but it wasn't the quality that he needed. And so because of that, and because of the non-education and physical therapy only going out to the house once a month, he now has plagiocephaly, which is a very misshapen head, and so it's going to cause difficulty for him from this point forward. Poor trunk control, he's not going to be able to sit up as though he should. It's going to just cause, we're working on all those little issues that are coming up from this point forward. We were able to get him in for all 3 disciplines, so he sees us for physical therapy, occupational therapy, and feeding therapy. And we were able to get the sister in as well. So they're actually there everybody's there with us at this point. But it could have been a very different outcome for him and this family if he'd been able to get in sooner with us. Mm-hmm.
I have one more question.
So what's your current capacity? I know the waiting list is long, but your current capacity, and once your project is complete, what will be your future capacity?
So we service about 65 to 70 patients at this point. And when we will be fully staffed, we're going to end up pulling on another physical therapist, another occupational therapist, 2 speech-language pathologists, front office staff, and then admin team. And so at that point, once we're there, we will probably be able to pull on 175 patients. So we're looking at an increase of 100 to 150. It just depends. If once we have, it's very different if we're working with 10 children who just need to have remediation of R, they maybe can't say their R or they're stuttering, versus 10 patients who have possibly Down syndrome or autism. They're extremely medically involved and they need all 3 disciplines. It looks very different for those patients.
Quick question. So for the 3 types of disciplines, is there, is it a case-by-case basis, or is there like an average therapy time, or does that vary by discipline? Or?
No, it really is a case-by-case basis because the children they come in and there's an initial evaluation, and it really is a standardized evaluation, which is required of our fields, the different fields. And then you have to create a plan, the physicians have to sign off on it. But if I have a patient who's in there they can't say their K or their G sound as a speech pathologist, that's pretty quick and easy. If I have a child who is a preemie who can't drink from a bottle, I look very different as a speech pathologist when I'm working with that patient, and it's going to be a longer period of time. So it really varies on the child.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And the diagnosis.
I'd just like to say congratulations for getting so far into meeting the funding needs for this project. Because from what I understand, you've sort of conceived of it and pitched it in a really short time period, and you're almost there.
We're almost there. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel with this one, most definitely. Thank you.
So I have some questions. You said that hospitals around the state refer their patients to you? So there's just, is there just a lack of speech therapists or occupational therapists in the state?
So we have for-profit clinics down here, most definitely. What happens with us is that the reputation of the therapists and the trainings that we continue to push them to do. And so we have 2 therapists, 2 speech-language pathologists on staff who are what they call Vital STEM certified. And so it's a very special certification in order to work the muscles in your swallow, and not everybody has that certification. And so when you start to look online who has Vital STEM certification, we're going to be, some of the ones that pop up. And so we are firm believers in our field, in the medical field as a therapist, you must have continuing education hours, which is professional development. And we tell our staff, dream big. Some of these courses are $800, $1,000, several $1,000s for them. And we try to go up for grants for all of this. What do you want that will make you a better therapist in the end and be able to better serve our community? We are huge proponents of that and pushing our team. And so they have massive certifications behind them that not everybody has in the field.
So it just seems sort of astounding that like in Houston or Dallas that there's not like that, it seems like there's a higher level of care at Moody. And it's just, that does not exist in these large Texas cities?
No, you can go to Houston, or you can go to Dallas or San Antonio and go to a very specialized clinic, but we're gonna be one of the only ones down here who can do that.
But I mean, I understood you were saying that in Houston, like with Texas Children's, they say they have a special case. So we can't refer it to like the regular.
They can definitely, so what will end up happening is that a child will end up transferring there. They wouldn't have been able to receive the medical care down here, so they'll go up to Texas Children's or Driscoll Children's Hospital or Dell, and they'll spend a period of time up there, and then when they're ready to return home and be released, that's when they start looking for very specialized clinics down here.
I see. So down here, it's the only specialized clinic.
Yes.
But I mean, like you guys, if they were on the wait list, they're gonna be, do any of them say, okay, we'll just go for the regular therapy, or?
We hands down make that recommendation. Every referral that comes in, we have, one of my front office staff makes contact with the parents, and they make them very well aware of our wait list, and then they will tell them, our recommendation is always, if you are under 3 years old, there's a federal program called ECI, Early Childhood Intervention. Utilize early childhood intervention until you can get to us. If they're school aged, they can go into BISD, and their requirements are different than ours are, and then it's academic versus medical based, and so we always encourage that. Try BISD. If they have Medicaid, they can always go to one of the for-profit clinics, but that's another issue that our families run into. We try to become in network with all insurance companies, whether it's Aetna, Cigna, United Healthcare, and a lot of your for-profits are going to see Medicaid patients and possibly Blue Cross Blue Shield. But we're gonna always work with the patient's insurance, and then we run 3 financial assistance programs. Because just for example, like Cigna may tell you, your child only gets 10 therapy sessions a year. That is it. And if you have severe medical need, 10 therapy sessions a year is not gonna cut it for you. So these families need year-round help and care, and so that's where we come in for them.
So that's the private insurance, like through Medicaid or CHIP?
We take both of them.
Oh, okay, so like, but if it's, if they're covered by, I guess CHIP is insurance.
CHIP is insurance.
And do many of your patients have, are they on CHIP, or?
We have a wide variety of patients and family backgrounds that walk through those doors. Whether it's Medicaid, CHIP is the level right above Medicaid guidelines, and then you have all your commercial insurance.
Okay. So, I'm just trying to figure out like what the bottleneck is for like even more expansion, but I guess it sounds like it's really complicated.
Everybody asks about, like, well, just hire more therapists, right? It's because of the financial assistance programs we run. The other thing is, people will always ask, well, can't you just have a volunteer come and do the therapy? No. Our physical therapist must hold their doctorate in physical therapy. And so it's a very unique nonprofit to run. All of my speech language pathologists all have to have a master's level. Occupational therapists all must have a master's level. Within the next couple years, I can see both of those fields going into doctorate level work as well. So it's truly like you're running a medical clinic, but we're running these amazing financial assistance programs because we truly believe no child should not receive the life-changing therapy services they need just because their parents cannot afford that. It just is not okay for them. We have an amazing scholarship program that we award. 4 children are on scholarship program right now. And those are the most joyous days to be able to give that gift to a family. But it's people like you and me just struggling to be able, once you have a child with special needs with such severe, you're going to specialists all the time, you need equipment, it doesn't stop. Your bills keep coming in.
No. Okay, thank you.
One of
Go
the
ahead.
recipients, I'll add to that, one of the recipients last year for our scholarship is actually works for the city. He's a firefighter. His son obviously has insurance. His son only got approved for 11 therapy sessions for the entire year. So in the first week and a half, he's done with therapies. So he's having to, plus he has like medical expenses and stuff like that. So he's trying to find ways on how to kind of remedy and provide these services to his child. And so that's where the programs come into play.
Insurance.
It's always a battle.
Any other questions? You got a question?
So one more, I think, again, to reiterate, not only are we medically underserved for specialized services for, pediatric care, but also just a reminder to the group, the percentage of households, individuals in the region that are uninsured, right? So you're really trying to make up that gap. And then the second point around the question of specialists in other areas, I think another thing to consider is even having to go from Brownsville to Harlingen to see a specialist for many of the families in our community is a significant barrier, right? So just the option of having this in Brownsville, I guess underscores the need. And then lastly, also wanted to commend the nature of the holistic nature of services. I think, again, to the extent that it's not just clearly the sense of urgency is for the child that needs the service, but the extent that you're offering a comprehensive set of services for the entire family, because as you mentioned, it is just an immense amount of stress, even for the parents and the other siblings. So again, just really want to commend that holistic.
And I'll touch on that briefly, just the holistic, with your more medically involved patients, it really is daunting for these parents. And we had a mom come in and she delivered all 4 babies and 3 passed within days of each other. And we have the sole survivor at this point. And she's amazing, she's feisty, but that mom needs some mental health help. And we really realize that. And these parents are struggling. It's a struggle, and they just need a sounding board sometimes. And we want to definitely be able to treat the whole family as a whole.
Thank you. Okay, no more questions. Any comments or questions from the public? If not, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Can I get a motion to close out this public hearing?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 11, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-028, Brownsville Historical Association, Brownsville on the Move, a new vision for the historic Brownsville Museum, Simone Salaya Children's Gallery, in the amount not to exceed $420,925.
Can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
All those in favor? Please, thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tara Pudat. I serve as the Executive Director of the Brownsville Historical Association. I'm here tonight with my colleague, Aubrey Nielsen. She's our Collections Manager, and she's going to touch on other grant possibilities and the timeline towards the end of the presentation. So if you don't know anything about our association, we operate 7 historic sites and museums here in Brownsville. We are History Central. We are the oldest nonprofit supporting history museums in the Valley. So we are ready for a facelift for one of our museums. The title of the project is called Brownsville on the Move. This will be phase 1 of a 2-phase project, and it will focus on, as you can see in the photo, it's the historic Brownsville Museum on Madison Street. It will focus on the Salaya building, which currently houses the 1872 locomotive. So students have been telling us for years that history is boring, and we want to change that. So in fact, in 2022, BISD students were at just a 46% were testing at grade level for social studies, which is less than half. And we also see at the university level, students are less likely to major in history. So we believe it's important more than ever for people to realize our local history, to learn more through engaging and interactive exhibits. So this will be a complete reinterpretation of the permanent exhibits that are on display, like I said, just for the Salaya building. So how will we bring history to life? We'll do it in 4 different ways. And we contracted with MuseWork, which is a museum consultant out of Austin, Texas. And this is what we sort of worked through together. We want to take visitors on an adventure. We want to engage them with narratives that illustrate the very real dangers of transportation, so starting from the indigenous peoples that were living here all the way to SpaceX. We want to make it fun, so we want to engage with different kinds of games and experiences for children as well as adults. Third, we want to reveal the people behind the history, so we want to talk about stories that maybe have never been told before, oral histories, different narratives. And we want to put the visitor behind the wheel. So we want to offer hands-on learning opportunities like flying blind or testing engines. So the exhibit, which will focus on the locomotive, will have engaging, informative information also that is STEM-based, talking about science and math in relation to history, and it'll hopefully prompt people to ask why, how did we get here? And those big ideas bring those connections to present day. So the impact we hope to have with this project is to connect visitors, local students and local residents and tourists from out of town, to connect them with a deeper, more engaging experience at our museums through these interactives that we mentioned. And this would be a dedicated place and a really important space for engagement for, like I said, children of all ages and adults. Aubrey's going to touch on the budget and the timeline.
So to answer one of the questions that was proposed is, what does this grant fall under? And it's the quality of life grant through BCIC based on those guidelines. It provides the space for individuals to be lifelong learners in our spaces, as well as new interactive design and exhibitions. So for phase one, the Celaya building, the Brownsville Historical Association has already invested $54,000 for the conceptual design through hiring MuseWork. The overall project for this particular building is approximately $420,000, broken down into two separate phases. So for the scope of work for this particular project, it is the design and development and fabrication and installation. For the design and development is $121,000, which includes the design work and as well as any of the actual choosing of artifacts and the audiovisual. For the fabrication and installation, it is approximately $300,000, which also includes engineering, prototyping, audiovisual, fabrication, transportation, and installation. In the overall total, there is a 5% contingency, which is approximately $20,000, and we have an ability to save $6,500 for the text panels. We are doing them in bilingual, so both Spanish and in English, so if this is done in-house, we can save up to $6,500. So for the overall timeline for the project, we are currently, this is our little roadmap, we are currently on phase 3, so the lime green in the middle section. If awarded the funding, we will begin the project in September of 2024 with the design work. That particular stage, depending on the consultant's also workload, will take between 4 to 5 months. Once the design work is done and approved by our board and our committee that we have internally, it would then move on to the prefabrication and then installation phase. During that phase, it'll take approximately 5 to 6 months, and installation and the installation being 1 month. Staff will be trained on how to use some of these STEM-based products that we do bring into the exhibit. Typically, history museums are not really STEM-based, but we're trying to do an interdisciplinary action here, so that way we'll include that with the opening of September 2025. So that's for the first phase. The overall project, though, in itself for the main depot is $1.1 million. So it is our hope that with the funding from BCIC, we are able to show larger organizations and private and public foundations that with the community buy-in, we have already. And so that statistics show that individuals who have the support from their community, larger organizations are more apt to help fund. So we're hoping that that's the case here with this project. And these are some of the individuals that we do have the ability to apply for, the amounts and some information about when we can apply. We just received these plans in February, so we have been working on it for about a year now. So we have not yet had the opportunity to start, of course, for the second phase because they are brand new.
Thank you. We'll take any questions, I guess, you have.
Go ahead, Zarima.
Okay, 2 questions. One, do you work with BISD and the other non-BISD schools, I guess, not just on History Focus. And the reason I ask is because last year we had excellent representation at the state level and at the national level for the National History Day. So there are history nerd students in Brownsville, in case you didn't know. Like, they're out there.
Yes.
And then secondly, is the museum free? And if it is not, what is the cost to enter? And do you have the same system that the Children's Museum has where you know, provide free passes to students or families?
Yeah, those are great questions. So we do have an MOU, an understanding with the school district for free admission to students and teachers year-round. So they, you know, for all of these school tours and groups that come in, students, they don't have to pay admission. We do charge admission to visitors, but we offer a lot of free programming, especially afternoons or on weekends, where people can access the museum without having to pay admission for that. So, and right now, all of our exhibits are not only antiquated, but they're self-guided. So we hope to increase staff to be able to walk through a more engaging experience to see the displays. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Watch this thing. I have a question about the design aspect of this exhibition. Is it gonna, you talk about interactive, but the pictures or the renders that you're providing doesn't show any kind of digital interaction, you know, is that, can you speak to that?
Yeah, so this is the conceptual design phase. This is the early phase. So the exhibit design phase is what this next step is going to be, what the 420 will be helping us get to. So it's just early phase. So and we didn't have it here, but you're more than welcome to see it. We do have a larger version of those scales here for you, so you can see a more in-depth look at what those potential exhibits would look like, how they will be able to interact, how they will be able to get up into it. The locomotive as well will be able to be, we're trying to make it ADA accessible. What other individuals will be able to get up into it. Right now, we don't allow access to the locomotive, but a lot of feedback from our visitors has said we would like to get up in there. So we're hearing what our community is asking for, and we want to be able to do that for them. But I guess to answer your question, these renderings don't show that in depth. It's what the next phase will show for us. Yes.
Yeah, but it's nothing compared to what we're seeing so far. So you're saying the end result would be similar to what they're actually providing in other exhibitions?
Yes, so we have to base our project also on our funding. So there's some opportunity where we can enhance more audiovisual, more tactile sections, or depending on what funds we get, we may have to cut back. So what we asked for here was all out. So we have oral histories, we have that you can actually sit up and get, like, listen to. We also have sections where you can get into a canoe, like the indigenous of our areas would have at one point. So these pictures don't show that, but that is what the concept has planned for. No, not yet. Right. So these are potential funders. Some of them we have received awards for in the past for other projects that we have completed. And then some of them are individuals that, you know, help support us throughout the year. But this is a very large project that we were wishing to begin. The actual museum became part of the association in 2016. And there has not been any reinterpretation done in this museum since the 90s. So we are hoping to change that with this project.
But it's, so the 1.1 million is for the exhibit?
The main
That's
depot.
for the main depot.
So the project itself, there's two phases. Are you familiar with the actual train itself?
No.
Oh, sorry. You've not, so we're adjacent to the police station.
I mean, I know where it is.
Yeah, okay. So the project itself, the main depot is the 1.1 million. And then the other building that's adjacent to it, the Simone Celaya building, is at 420. So what we're asking for is that 420 to start the project. And then we are going to seek other funders to help with the 1.1 for the main depot. But it's our hope that what we see traditionally with individuals like these here that we've listed out is that once there is community buy-in, they're more apt to support the rest of the project.
And so you got, for the main building, you got 400,000 from.
This is a
Right,
potential.
so we're asking for just that one Celaya Children's Gallery building. So,
That's phase 1 or 3?
right, phase one. It's only 2 phases.
So you're asking for phase 1, and you're just showing phase 2 as a.
Right,
Yes, to
because
show
that would complete the project.
And so I'm just curious, where did you get the 400 for the design? Or you didn't?
So, we can go back to that.
So wait, so if I understand correctly, this is not been initiated yet?
Right, so these are, what we contracted with the firm was these were conceptual drawings and conceptual ideas. So then the next phase would be the actual design and then the fabrication of the equipment and the new exhibits and the installation. All of that would include the 420.
So, so then my next question is, have you run these conceptual designs by the children? Like, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, would kids,
Like them.
enjoy it?
Yeah, that's
Right?
a
I
great
mean, like,
question.
So
Well, so the firm we contracted with, they have educators on staff, and so when we met with them, they actually have really good relationships with school districts in the state of Texas and wherever they're working. So a lot of these conceptual ideas came from them because they're working with children. So I would say yes.
So,
Go ahead.
so on your roadmap, if you go back to it, you already mentioned there was a stakeholder meeting. Who was involved in these research and stakeholder meetings? How many stakeholders meetings do you have
So
for
it
this
was
project?
one with our board and staff and the consultant, and then we met individually with the consultant, staff did, just talking about the history of Brownsville. They had to get a feel for our area, and then the final phase was the presentation to our board. So I would say it was a mixture of board meetings and staff meetings.
So no outsiders, no school districts representative, no community representatives, none of that
No,
yet?
not at this point. Mm-mm.
Again, I guess it goes to Mark's comment, like, how do we know if this is actually what our children and our community want or need at this point if they are not engaged in, in the process from the beginning? Like, we're already kind of at the end of finalizing a design. You want the money to finalize the design and install it without even consulting with the community to see if actually this is something will achieve the goal that you're having in mind, which is generating more excitement about the museum, right?
Sure.
I don't expect the answer, but I'm just like, it's observation. Thank you.
That's a good comment. I think that in this design stage, once we get the funding and we can start that design, then we will plan for community outreach where we can get feedback from the students and from other visitors, so.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public? If not, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'd like to take a motion on closing the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next.
Item number 12, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 24-029, Idea Public Schools, Camp Rio, High Ropes Adventure at Camp Rio, in the amount not to exceed $593,315.
I'd like to take a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Hi. My name's Nancy Mance. I'm the director of Camp Rio. Super excited to be here. I will tell you, I have been super impressed tonight with like all of these projects. I grew up in Brownsville. I'm like, where am I? I don't know. It's really neat to see. I'm excited about all the new things that are coming. And when I was, this was not part of my plan, but I'll tell it anyway. Growing up, it was one of those weird things where it was like, you grow up and you leave Brownsville because there was like nothing to do here. And everybody couldn't wait to get out and nobody wanted to come back. And so, like, it's actually really cool to me, being this stage of my life, having teenage kids, and like, being like, "Hey, this is like actually a pretty neat place to live and raise your family," and, you know, so I have grown to love living in the valley, and so anyway, I'm pretty excited. Have you guys heard of Camp Rio? Like, you're familiar with it? I mean, besides just reading the things. Oh, that's right. A few of you, yes. This is something that like is an amazing addition to our community. Well, I would have loved to have this place when I was growing up, because it is a neat place to go and have a good time. Camp Rio offers an opportunity for families, kids, adults, professionals to come out and experience a really beautiful part of our, I guess, natural environment. We're at 85 acres. We're located on the property of Camp Lula Sam's, which is an old Girl Scout camp. That actually, another side note, my mom attended as a Girl Scout way back when. And what we do is we provide a variety of opportunities for people to come out and experience the outdoors. We have outdoor education programs from August to May. We offer professional development and team building opportunities for corporations, lots of different churches, whatever. Anybody that wants to come, we offer that kind of stuff during the year. In the summer, we offer summer camp, both day and overnight summer camp experiences for our kids, both here and from far away. We've had kids from all over. We even had a kid from France come to our camp. Another long story, but anyhow, what we're asking for is for some financing to add a high ropes course to our property, to increase the services of what we can provide to the community. I mean, with all the really cool things that are happening down here with SpaceX and all of these other neat exhibits that people have been talking about, we want to provide another reason for people to come down here and to think this is a neat place. So a high ropes course is essentially, let me see, that is a high ropes course. It's really kind of hard to explain, but this is not the exact design. I've actually been working with a high ropes course company, and they have, I would have had to buy the designs to show you pictures of it, but this gives you a basic idea. It's a three-tiered structure that it will have anywhere from 18 to 21 elements on it. And it allows you to experience a sense of team building, a sense of independence, personal challenge. We believe in challenge by choice, so none of this is like forced on anybody, but you know, if you want to come out either as an individual or as a group to give yourself a thrill and try to challenge yourself to do something that maybe you wouldn't normally do, this is a great way to do that. And by adding to our offerings like this, it makes Camp Rio kind of a destination location for people, for families, for groups from other places. The structure itself is what we're asking for financing for, is to actually build the structure. And it will include also a climbing wall, rappelling wall, and a double zip line, so that people, again, there's a lot of different options for it. The first level will not be, there will not be any safety equipment needed because it'll be low enough. So for people who maybe are afraid of heights, or children with disabilities, people that, you know, maybe aren't ready to go up any higher, they will still have that experience on the first level. There will be a second level that, let's say, maybe 20 feet off the ground, for those that want to experience a little adventure, and those of you who are really ready to go for it, that go all the way up to the top. And what's exciting about it as well is that the zip line, which in most places are not accessible to people with disabilities, we're actually having you can think of it like a personal elevator type thing. It's a chair lift, so an individual could actually ride up to the top of the structure and ride the zip line down and have that kind of same thrilling experience of being up high and seeing the property from up high as anybody else. So super excited about this. I know that you know, a lot of people wonder about, is IDEA, is this something that is owned by IDEA Public Schools? Is it actually open to anybody? Yes, it is. We have seen schools from all over the valley come down for field trips, for professional development. PUB has brought several different departments out for team building. Just a couple weeks ago, BISD sent a group of, 60, 70 ROTC kids out. And this is something actually that they're pretty excited about the possibility of, because they need a place to do rappelling. And this would fulfill one of their requirements. And so the guy that I've been working with from Hannah High School he's like, man, you get me a rappelling wall, and we are all in every year from here on out, And he said, and I'll bring you people from all over the valley and beyond to come do, because they have to do this. It's like a leadership thing for their ROTC students. It meets one of their requirements. So anyway, I was like, yeah, let's go. The closest place is Camp Zephyr, which is out in Corpus Christi, and as you know, it's not really super easily accessible for most of our population. So by doing this here, I think it's just something that we can add, something we can brag about, say, hey, Brownsville has this cool thing. Nobody else has this anywhere near here, and I think it'll be definitely a value add for our community. So that's pretty much what I have. If you have any questions, I know we've been here a long time, but.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a quick question, so.
Sure.
Just to better understand the structure, obviously IDEA Public Schools is a Texas charter.
Yes.
And how is that, so is Camp Rio like a standalone nonprofit, or how does that work?
Well, so the property was owned by Dr. Birchfield and some other folks that, and they needed to sell it. And so IDEA purchased the property with the intention of developing like an outdoor education center, environmental, place in a summer camp. So the property itself is owned by IDEA. I am an employee of IDEA, but I will tell you this. Everybody has to pay to use it. Like, it's not like, okay, well, if you go to IDEA, you can go to Camp Rio, it's free, it's whatever, We do have free events, open to the community, but as far as like paying for a field trip, IDEA, that's how we're funded. Like each campus pays us to come. Like if you were to go to the zoo as a class, you pay the zoo to go. IDEA schools pay us, but we're all part of this. I mean, we're owned by them. I don't really know how all that works, but yes, they own us. But they pay my salary. But it is something that everybody pays for to come. It is open to the public. And we just had a movie night on Friday. It's free to anybody that wanted to come. We had probably, 50 families show up, and they just put out blankets, chairs, everything. We watched Trolls 3 on a big screen out in the open. It was wonderful. They had a blast. Last Saturday, we had a Spring Fest where families paid $10 a car, and they could come out and they could go canoeing and do archery and throw tomahawks. And those are just a handful of the activities that we offer already. But we try to do these events for the community to get them out so that they can be outside. Families need opportunities to connect. Something like this will be available to at some of our events that are open to the public. We plan to have hours where people can pay to come in as individuals. So it may not be part of an event. It'll be accessible. In other words, it's not like, okay, well, you have to come with your church group to be able to go down the zip line. We'll have other opportunities available for people to be able to use it.
How much do you estimate you rented out the zip line for?
Well, so I've kind of done some research on what other places do for these types of adventure courses. At about $40 a person for a 3-hour experience is what you're looking at. It's pretty comparable to other places. As far as let's say you wanted to bring this group of people out, which would be amazing, by the way. You guys could come out and do a little team building with us, and this could be one of the experiences that you have as a group. So And that's kind of how we do like more the professional development side of things, or the retreats or team building, that sort of activity.
Two questions. What's the size of the anticipated dimensions? Not, I know the height, I'm
Right.
talking about dimensions.
It's about 150 feet in diameter, but it's a
Okay.
octagonal, is that the right word? It's about 8-sided shape. And then the zip line itself, it's probably going to be about 500 feet from start to finish.
And I see in your budget contingency funds, and I guess the question, if this request is approved, or, you know, how is this going to work? The 98, is that going to be part of the approved fund, or this is going to be a separate item based on demand? I'm talking about, yes. Yeah,
Well, it's a reimbursement, so they
okay,
have to spend
all
it
right.
first.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Yes.
One question, how long, and you may have said this and I missed it, how long is the zip line?
It's about 500 feet.
Sorry, 500 feet, okay. And then, I guess just a comment, to your point, I think to reiterate, we need opportunities to be outside, especially for children. And then I think the cost, even if you're saying it's $40 per person, let's say for the zip line, is pretty comparable to what you would pay at Urban Air to do an indoor course. I don't know if anyone is familiar with that location in Harlingen, Get Air, right, the jumping place in Brownsville.
Right.
So just to kind of give the group a perspective, it's fairly comparable, and the benefit is it's beautiful and outside. So I think it's a unique attribute or something that's different compared to what we already have. And then lastly, to your point again, and I know we keep saying this with all the presenters, the opportunity to do something like this here is just such a blessing for families, because to your point, to go to a camp in Central Texas, it's cost prohibitive, the cost of the camps, and then again, parents can't get their kids there for a week in the summer. So I just wanted to reiterate, it really is, I think, a good opportunity and something unique. Thanks.
Thank you. And also, just to add, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this or not, but like, our reach right now is about 18 to 19,000 students annually, and we saw just over 700 kids last summer for summer camp. Our capacity is about 30,000 students annually, like for our school year programs, and I'd say 1,800 to 2,000 in the summer. We currently have 16 air-conditioned cabins on property for our overnight campers and for our retreat guests, so people that want to come and, so again, y'all can come and you can spend the night, we can do campfires, and you go down the zip line. This will be ready in January of 2025, by the way, if all goes well. So it's a pretty quick build. There are there's only a handful of companies that actually are certified to do this. And so I've been in contact with a few of them just to kind of, get some pricing, and that's what this is based on. So they've already come up with the plans. They're ready to be put out for bid, but we plan to use a certified builder that is like specialized for this type of thing. We're not just gonna, put it out there. And one of the companies that I talked to is the one that put the one out on the island, the zip line that's out there. So they're familiar with our landscape, and so they have worked down here before, yeah.
Tracy had a question.
Just to confirm, is this the total budget? Are you requesting 100% of the project?
Yes, ma'am.
Question about, do you provide discount for like other ISDs right now, as it is to use the camp?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've had lots of different school districts come. PSJA, Donna ISD has come, Harlingen ISD, San Benito, La Jolla, BISD. Anybody and everybody. I grew up here. And that was one of my things, was I wanted, when I took over this role as the director of this camp 9 years ago now, I was like, this cannot be just for one entity. Yes, it's owned by IDEA, but you know, I didn't go to IDEA, my kids don't go to IDEA. You know, this is something that our kids, they all need something like this. So it was very important to me that I was supported in that, and the district, they were like, yes, of course, it's for everybody. And so we don't have any restrictions. You know, we really, really want to help benefit Brownsville and the kids of the valley and give them something cool that they can't get anywhere else. So if you're willing to help us, we will build it. They will come. It'll be amazing. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Tracy. No? Oh, okay.
Motion to close public
Oh, no.
hearing.
Sorry, I got some questions.
Sure.
So you have the design or it's
Yes,
not?
yes.
The design.
Okay, it's not in my hands. One of the companies that I talked to, one of the builders, they designed it. They actually came up with drawings for it. They offered us the opportunity to purchase those drawings, and then, you know, of course, use them for something like this, and also use them to put out for bid. And then it was one of those things where if you choose us, then you don't have to, we'll just roll that cost into the bill, right? But we didn't, like, it was kind of a lot, what they were asking for it was like 15 grand for the pictures, and it's like, well, I can't guarantee we're gonna work with this particular company, but, yes, it has been designed, and this is the bid that, or, it's not really a bid, I guess, but the estimate that they put on it.
I guess I'm confused. So it's like you didn't pay them to design it, but you have something, or somebody else designed it, or?
They designed this company. It's called Adventure Experiences. I worked with them to come up with the design, and they showed me a presentation with some drawings and then they said, we can, you know, provide them for you, but they're ours, they're our property, so, you know, you'd have to pay for them. But we weren't really ready to commit to that without knowing that we would have funding for the project. So they are willing to still provide the drawings and the architectural information, engineering information for us in order so that we can put it out for bid. But we would have to pay for that in order to do that, and then we could get bids on that work. We wouldn't have to go with them necessarily. We could choose somebody else at that point, but yeah, so does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so I was looking at the picture, and I'm wondering about safety. I mean,
absolutely. No,
so
yeah. No,
what happens when a kid slips from the third level?
Well, if I'm fast enough, I can catch. So there's I actually used to be a certified ropes course instructor many moons ago, right out of college, and I worked at a camp that had a ropes course, and so I went through all this stuff as a young person. And back in the day, you had a belay system with a rope. So I'm a belayer, I have a harness and I have a rope attached. And then you're up high and you have a rope attached to you. So it is my job to make sure you don't hit the ground, right? And that's great. It's a great team building activity, but thankfully technology has come a long way in the last 25 years, and now they have what's called an auto belay. So when you hook into this system, you're hooked in. This is a little bit of like an antiquated picture, but you're hooked in. There's no way that you can unhook yourself. If you fall, you're gonna fall. Maybe, you know.
You're gonna hang.
You're gonna hang
well,
off of the cable.
Not hang, but
right.
Like, I get, yeah.
Right, not hang to
You have a
death.
harness.
Yes, you have a harness.
It's like urban area.
So, no, we are not planning to train circus performers. That is not the goal here. The goal is to give people an exciting adventure and some be able to work with and encourage each other. Like, you can do it. I know you're afraid, but you know, go for it. You can do it, right? And really encourage each other to do something hard. And that's kid to kid, that's mom to kid to mom, right? Put yourself up there and let your kids cheer you on. But yeah, there is a certification process to be trained to run the course. There's a safety inspection annually that is required. Something that is mentioned in the notes, but just to point it out, That Camp Rio actually went out to a professional organization, and we are American Camp Association accredited. So we are accredited camp in the United States, which is a national organization. It's not even in Texas. It's further than that, and we maintain that accreditation annually. We're also certified with the Health Department of the State of Texas to run a camp. So we have lots of safety oversight, I guess, outside of just the school district. But yes, everything on here is going to be like the most current type of safety equipment that you can have. And my staff will be fully trained on how to use it, how to keep it in good condition and all that.
And so you were saying that the maximum flow, the capacity per year is about 30,000 students?
Yes.
But right now it's 18 or 19?
Yeah, we're working our way up. You know, we see about 18,000 students annually, or have on average over the last probably 3 or 4 years since our construction was completed on the property. And so now, but our capacity is much bigger than what we actually see, because people don't know about us. Right? We're trying to get the word out and say, hey, we're here, we're available. People think it's just for IDEA because it's owned by IDEA. So we're like, no, that's not accurate. Please come and see. So I'm hoping that, you know, this will attract people so that they'll come and say, oh yeah, this is something that we can all use.
So is the attendance increasing? Is it flat?
Oh no, it's increased every year.
Okay.
Right, yeah, we started, when we started in 2015, I think the first year, I saw maybe, 1,500 total kids in the whole year, and we've gradually, we even managed to pull off programming during COVID. We had GoPros on our heads, and we were running around the property, and we were showing, we did this virtual kind of lessons that we would put them into the classrooms, and we were like, hey, look, there's bobcat tracks, like, what is a bobcat? And we do this whole nature exploration type thing, and we would allow the teachers to broadcast this kind of as a little TV show, complete with commercials. It was awesome.
And
so
long-term viability is, the prognosis is.
Oh yeah,
the future
this is about a year ago, the district looked really hard at us as far as sustainability goes, to be very honest. And they were like, you have to be self-sustaining. You have to bring in enough revenue to support yourself. We're nonprofit. We're not trying to make a lot of money off of this. We're just trying to pay our expenses. And it's expensive to run a property like this with all of the equipment and the staff that's required and the trainings and just to be able to provide a really good, solid experience for people. So what we are trying to do is have things that will make us more attractive to more people so that they'll want to come. Any camp in Texas that you go to, you send your kid to, you're going to find a ropes course. We don't have that.
Okay.
Some camps have horses. We're not going to do that. I don't, horses are a lot, and that's not something that we can do. But it's something like this is a really neat asset for a camp, and it's something that most summer camps have on their property for the kids.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I have a follow-up
Sure.
question. His question about the design kind of remind me of something. For IDEA, the public school, the purchasing of this kind of structure, does it require to go through acquiring quotes from more than one company and present it to the board of the IDEA before?
Yes.
So eventually you're going to go through that process to come back, or to build it with the most efficient, cost-effective.
Yes, I believe it has to go
pricing.
out I think it has to be posted for 2 weeks, and
Yes.
then you have like a bid process.
Okay.
The expectation is that all of that would take place so that construction could start in like September, maybe October. And then, like I said, if we hit our timelines the right way, it should be open for business by January.
So your ask is estimate, it could be lower than that, it could be a little bit higher, but that's, I'm saying.
It's
so it
pretty
could be-
close.
okay.
I
All
feel
right.
pretty confident
I got it.
that
All right.
we're on the mark.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you said January 2025,
Yes.
right? But don't we have like a year limit from the time that the agreement is signed?
Which would be a year.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking 2026, okay. I'm still writing 2023 on my checks.
Hey, I'm right there with you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing. All right, we good?
No other questions? Any public comment? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Next.
Item number 13, public hearing and consideration, discussion, and action to open the public hearing for the quality of life application for project 2024-022, Brownsville Wellness Coalition, Gather at the Gardens, cultivating healthy food and lifestyles by growing urban farmers and community gardeners in the amount not to exceed $338,940.
Hold on, we gotta leave and then now you're not gonna have more, so let them come back. I was gonna tell you guys wanna stretch or something? I mean, yeah.
Please note that Murad and Nathan are leaving for this discussion.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna be, I don't know if we'll have a forum, but I'm gonna be back. Yeah.
That's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, that way we can.
Some sugar.
Huh?
I'm also running in like about 3 hours.
I'm gonna leave it.
It was great. I had to leave like about 3
Okay,
a.m.
no, it's not late.
Denver. Yeah, it was snow. Which was cool.
Yeah.
It's super cold.
This whole week is beautiful.
I heard.
Really gorgeous weather.
My wife was telling me that. It started raining and it was snowy for like 2 nights. You know, it was gloomy and dark. And then finally the sun started coming out. And it was okay, but it was pretty cold.
So they can go. There is in that cooler.
I think he said like he wanted to move.
You want to move to 18? I
Yeah.
mentioned like table, like,
Okay, yeah, I'll talk to him again.
I already told him, I just want to make sure.
All right. All right, so everyone's ready? Just ready? Okay, this is a motion to open the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, folks. My name is Eduardo Garcia. I'm the interim director for the Bronzeville Wellness Coalition, and accompanying me today is Farmer Dave, our program manager for the Urban Farms and Community Gardens. I have Anthony Glenn Simpson. He's one of our board members. And so, just going to give you guys a brief introduction on the background of Bronzeville Wellness Coalition. So BWC is a 501c3 nonprofit organization which was founded in 2008. Was started off as a dream to hold a seasonal farmers market, has grown into a thriving organization with a mission of cultivating healthy lifestyles, food and lifestyles. And now, so for what started off as a farmers market, now added on 4 more programs to help strengthen the local food system, improve access to nutritious, affordable food, educating the public to produce, cook, eat, and prepare healthy foods, and also promoting food and financial sovereignty. These additional programs are, let me walk through them. It's the Brownsville Farmers Market. I believe you guys are familiar with that one. It's one of our most recognized programs in the city of Brownsville. We also have the Fresco Mobile Market, La Cocina Alegre program, and our urban farms and community gardens. And so we're here today, our organization is here today to currently seeking funding to support our Gather at the Gardens initiative to expand our urban farm and community garden program. This initiative will provide training opportunities for local residents to supplement their income through local food systems. The community gardens will also become crucial green spaces and neighborhood gems, increasing the value of property in surrounding areas and the quality of life through programming. The fact that participants in the community gardens and urban farms have an easy connection to sell this produce at the Brownsville Farmers Market, at the Fresco Mobile Market, local restaurants, and beyond, provides them with a perfect incubator to try their hand at local small-scale farming. We see the potential for our gardens and urban farms to grow and become sustainable with some initial investment. These are beautiful spaces that provide pocket park green spaces in park deficit neighborhoods. We see the potential for our community gardens to become hubs for building multi-generational social capital, hands-on skills, income generation opportunities, and improving health. We are ready to take on our community gardens and urban farms to the next level with a community engagement and farm activation and expansion plan that we have laid out in our application for funding. In order to be successful, we need some initial investment to upgrade, maintain, and staff this expansion. We believe that with this initial investment, we can build capacity, community engagement, and create sustainability through a mix of income potential through produce sales at the market, online produce, bag subscriptions, garden use fees, garden sponsorships, and additional grant funding. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And so again, guys, our organization is seeking financial support in the amount of $338,939 to help fund this initiative. And so the actual total cost of this project is $466,000 and $466,355. We have actually already got some additional funding from other sources. As you can see there, we've got some funding of $117,000 from the MIDI Foundation. $8,000 has come out of our Farm to Table fundraiser. And we have $2,416 that came out of our GUSNIP funding, which totals out to $127,460 that we currently have. And we are seeking $338,939 to help fund this project. So what is it gonna fund? What are we funding, right? So we'll have your support and funding will help us fund and staff personnel, contract labor, add garden infrastructure to our gardens and farms, and also pay for program expenses like maintenance for the vehicles, training and travel expenses, and other miscellaneous items. Would you like to?
So, you guys notice here, I want to go back to this slide. So when we see here self-sustaining programs, you all see the farmers market, you see La Cocina right there, and you see Prescott Mobile Market. Essentially what we're asking for you all is we want to be able to sustain our urban farm and community garden program. Those are one of the heavy deficits that we have in our budget, just because farming and gardening does take an initial investment to be able to have these spaces with plants and seeds and soil and education. So with this ask is we're moving towards the ability to expand our program and also make sure that we keep it sustainable to where we're able to generate revenue to be able to sustain this program. And so essentially that is our main focus for this, for our garden and farm program. And we really, really would like for that to be something that we accomplish within this year, is to be able to make sure this program is sustaining, to be able to help our community, to be able to help the people in these communities. If you guys see here, these are all the urban farm and community garden programs that we have. Our urban farm program focuses more on the production of farming in bigger spaces, and the community garden program offers a space where we can reach people in the immediate community where you can literally walk to the garden. We really, really want to be able to have the staff, to have the support, to be able to have people on site, to be able to receive these people, give people knowledge and education. And currently right now, it's only 3 of us working as a staff. And we have all of these community gardens and urban farms. So it takes manpower, it takes people with knowledge, it takes people with skill to be able to manage these gardens. And so, yeah, so these are all our gardens. If you notice, they're all located within areas that are low-income areas. And being able to show people a way of life of growing their own food, given the ability to have the knowledge, the person to teach them how to grow their own food and be able to share this generational wealth that will pass on to future generations. Myself, I am a passionate farmer and a grower. I really, really just found my love in what I do. Being a part of this community also, I grew up in this immediate neighborhood, and I saw and I went through what I see a lot of our children going through in our community, not having a good direction, not having where to go, not having a place to gather. The gardens are that safe haven for our communities. And you literally find me walking these streets and knocking on people's door and saying, guys, we're not from the church. We're not trying to sell you anything. We just want to be that helping hand to have a space where people can come, can gather, can have their birthday parties, can have family gatherings, all of these things that our community gardens and our urban farms can provide, along with teaching individuals how to nourish their body through eating food, physical activity. All of these things are super important for us to be teaching
our future a better way of life. And a lot of our diseases that we have is because we're not understanding how we can supplement our nutrition, our bodies with this food that is grown organically in our gardens. And that's essentially what we're teaching here at these community gardens and urban farms. We can't go to school and get taught how to do this. It was something in our previous generations, it was something that everybody was doing. Now I feel like that's a lost art, it's a lost talent. We need to be showing these individuals, showing these communities how to grow their own food and connect through the community garden. It's a beautiful experience because most of these people in our neighborhoods don't even talk to each other. And I just want to make sure that you guys can understand that these community gardens do truly build community, but we need the capacity to do that.
I just want to add, the budget does show what the operational costs for those programs are, but essentially you're funding what it is, education, entrepreneurship, and food to bring to the community, right? So we're building entrepreneurship through our Grow to Sell program that we have in our urban farm programming, which is we rent out a small plot of land within our urban farms for entrepreneurs in the agriculture industry looking to grow to sell at our farmers market and Fresco Mobile Market. And so you'd be helping us fund to bring more of that into the city of Brownsville, as well as education through workshops at our community gardens and at the Cannery Public Market. And also, our urban farms produce large amounts of vegetables and fruits that essentially go back to the low-income communities here in the city of Brownsville to help feed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I'm always interested in sustainability writ large. Like, okay, so this is 1 year's expenses.
Yes.
What happens after that at 12-month period? Just to put it in context, number one, I adore what you do.
Yes.
As a person, but as a board member, you know, I'm really more concerned about how do we make sure this is a great investment.
Yes.
So the community gardens are not new.
Mm-hmm.
They've been around for quite some time.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, with this infusion, this very significant infusion of cash into this program, how is that going to result in sustainability in the long term? Because it looks like a lot of people.
Yes.
And when I see people, I understand as a nonprofit person that they're necessary to get the job done, but it also creates a long-term sustainability issue. So,
yes.
Did I phrase that in a way that you could
No, that
begin
makes
to answer
sense.
it?
It makes perfect sense. And that's something that I feel like our organization has pretty much lacked in the past, is to bring more sustainability to that programming itself, especially because, like you said, it's one of the largest deficits in our budget. And so we've actually already started, I would want to call it like a plan of action as to bringing more sustainability within the community garden program and the urban farms, just because there's more expenses coming out than revenue, I would want to say. And so instead of just focusing on just grants, we need to look into more other sources of income. Sorry. So we're going to start more like strategies for donations, bringing in more memberships within the gardens themselves, activating more workshops, creating more events at these small gardens, so that way they can bring in more funding for that program itself. So that way we're not just solely dependent on funds from grants, but there's also more sources of income that bring in revenue for the program itself.
So my follow-up question to that would
Yes,
be, that plan to become self-sustaining.
Yes.
How long is that plan? Because we're talking about 1 year's worth of funding here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you expect that you would be self-sustaining in the course of the 1 year?
No. So it should be like a 3-year plan. Obviously, right now we're asking for almost 80% of the funds. we believe that by the second year, we might be able to get to 50 or either 60% and just continue to bring that number down until we're at least at 50% sustainable at the programs with other sources of income. And then just, pretty much fund the other 50% through grants, right? Because before it was just purely grants, and if we didn't have grants, then there was no money to pay David, to pay the other garden workers at the other gardens, and so it was really hard on a lot of folks. And not only that, but also staffing. It's kind of hard, just that recruitment phase. If you can't keep them, it's going to be really hard to get new folks in. Yes, and then training and all of that comes with it, so it's additional costs. But yeah.
And yes.
I'm a new board member. I come from a business background. I have retired. I am a vendor at the market. I've tried to see a lot of things in the past that need to be changed. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. That's okay. Yeah. No, I just moved it all right. Don't touch it. One of the things that really concerns me is the fact that everything has been funded out of grants. Number one. Number two, the grants have basically come from a very small pool. There's a lot of things we can do, and what I'd like to see us do, and we're working on developing very quickly to get out of that mode. That's not a sustainable situation. That's one of the things that we're doing and in the process of doing is looking outside just the Brownsville area, but getting some USDA grants, getting some funding that are traditionally there to support this type of organization. And then also developing programs to where we can have donations to go into the general public, not just our focus target demographic, but to provide funding from having donations come for training people that want to learn the same things that we're teaching already. That's an additional way that we can go in to look at sustainability, especially for staffing and things like that. So we recognize that this is a big problem. It's not going to be easy, it's not going to be immediate, but we're getting there.
So if I understand correctly, just following up, you're saying that you would have like community gardening workshops for a fee, is that right?
For donations, that's one possibility that we're looking at.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Donating.
So it's like a
we will-
membership, so like even like the
Right.
garden members at the gardens themselves will have like a monthly membership fee that will give them access to fundraiser events, live events, workshops, and things of that sort. And it'll give them like access to that, right? So it's like a free of charge for those members. And then anybody outside of these garden members are gonna pay a donation to be a part of the workshop, to learn how to grow from their backyard, or to, have a live at the garden event. So where there's like live music playing. It'll all have like a small fee. It's not something huge, but it's generating income for the programming itself.
Something that we are working on is service agreements through my knowledge and my education, working with other nonprofits to provide a service agreement where we can essentially go to their location and teach them, build their garden, teach them educational classes at a workshop and then they would essentially pay us to be able to do the programming at their location, like the Good Neighbor Settlement House. We're trying to work on a service agreement where essentially they're paying us to pretty much educate the people that they serve and their staff to be able to understand how to grow the growing seasons. We just finished building them their garden. And so we're working on ways to try to sustain this program where we're able to retain talent, we're able to retain people that we hire instead of having to let them go after the funding is over. So we are diligently working on that. It is a challenge, but it's something that we are key on wanting to build for this programming. and it's something that, you know, I understand it's a challenge, but I'm here just to be able to share this experience with you guys, and that we're working towards that, and it's gonna happen, and the proper leadership is here to allow that to happen now. So I just wanted to say that.
I have a question.
Any other questions?
Go ahead, John.
I guess to follow up on Tracy's question about the budget and just it seems like
Budget?
that first bucket, sorry, I was looking at it, in terms of the staff and personnel, so that, this is for a year, these 3 additional staff members. And I guess this is maybe not a comment, I'm sorry, it's late and I'm tired, not a question, but more of a comment. You mentioned something about capacity, right? And I think just, again, sort of reflecting with additional staff, you will increase your capacity to do some of these things that I think probably right now you do not have the capacity to do. So maybe just keep that, like, in order to generate revenue, it helps to have consistent staff and capacity. And so I feel like, to your point, you're headed in the right direction, but I would just encourage you, I guess, in that. And then secondly, it is a unique opportunity, right? And again, everything that we've discussed this evening, right? It's an important part, something that is direly needed for the community. But again, this is a unique aspect, the community gardens. And I wonder if maybe a third piece, to the extent that there's opportunities for cross collaboration, you know, thinking about IDEA that presented earlier and the Children's Museum, right? Like, is there a way that you could set up a fee for service or something else where you'd have, you know, Children's Museum Day sponsors a day at the garden, right? Or something, if you partner with an entity that has a pretty dedicated revenue stream, and or these other nonprofit entities that cater to children and families. And, you know, again, I think your idea about if you bring a school district, what's the fee, right? Do you get on a rotating, like BASD is gonna bring, you know, 200 students this year and we're gonna charge them. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. It sounds like you're moving in that direction, but I would just encourage you, I agree. It's hard to have all these great ideas as a nonprofit, and then you're like, we need a constant revenue stream, but we need people to make it consistent. So I think I hear all of those things that what you're saying, and just wanna encourage you to.
Or in the business,
Yeah.
a nonprofit.
Right.
We have to operate it like a business.
Yes, exactly, and many nonprofits do that, so, yeah. But just want to encourage you, and I think you're headed in the right direction.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to close public hearing?
Motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so should we bring back the others? Do I, yeah, go ahead and make the motion.
Yes.
Okay, I move with the motion to discuss item number 18 next.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, I think I have to leave now.
Not,
Well, the first one is Uptown.
okay.
Okay, sorry. Somebody will let me know, right?
Yeah, on the other. Maybe just, I could go for it, babe. No. Just go, go, somebody go,
Me?
somebody go.
Yes. Me? I thought we were taking over that, so. Consideration and action to approve the request for the following fiscal year 2024 business improvement and growth of property improvement applications. A, 1400 Palm Boulevard, extensive rehabilitation, property owner, Uptown Brownsville LLC, in the amount of $88,773. B, 1009 East Adams Street, extensive rehabilitation, property owner, Barco, 1009 Adams LLC, in the amount of $200,000. C, 825 Palm Boulevard, standard rehabilitation, facade improvement, tenant, A&M Food Companies LLC, in the amount of $4,687. D, 825 Palm Boulevard, rental reinvestment program for Aroma Espresso Cafe, tenant A&M Food Companies, in the amount of $6,000. E, 1018 East Washington Street, first floor suites E and F, standard rehabilitation, interior MEPs, property owner Urban A Properties LLC, in the amount of $35,000.
Yes, good evening, board. We are presenting, or I'm presenting, 5 applications for your consideration to our extensive rehab, to our standard rehab. One of the applications is an appeal, and the last is a rental reinvestment application. We did bring in the applicants for both extensive rehabs just because this is the first time you'll be considering such a project, and they're here to answer any of your questions. The first extensive rehab application is from Uptown Brownsville LLC. They're the property owner. This project is located at 1400 Palm Boulevard. The total project cost, now let me be specific, for the scope of work that I'm gonna mention, it's $443,862. The project as a whole is about $3.5 million. So the grant amount is $88,773. This is based off of the current program guidelines that state that a project can't be started before board approval. And so a portion of this project had already begun, including like the parking lot, well, mainly the parking lot, I believe they can answer that question. And so this scope of work hadn't been begun at the time of application. So the scope for this is new storefront windows for 14 suites, installation of sign structures, 20 sign structures, 3 new awnings, and exterior paint for about 42,000 square feet. The commercial plaza is 67,000 square feet total, and the end use would be, commercial spaces. They are retaining some of their current tenants, which include La Scala, Chicken Run Barbecue, Spin Express Laundry, and Dollar General, and the property owner is actively seeking out tenants for the remaining spaces. Should we do the Q&A?
I would ask for any questions and then.
Do you have any questions regarding this specific application?
So to understand again, the total cost for this phase is $443.
Yes.
That's it, $443,000.
Yes.
And you're only gonna get them 88.
So based on the way that the extensive rehab guidelines are written, it's an 80-20 match, and 80% match comes from the property owner, a 20% match comes from BCIC. And again, they submitted the portion of the project that hadn't started because there was a portion of the project that had previously started at the time of application.
Wasn't that the other way around? Like when we said extensive rehab, it would have been more fund available?
So for extensive rehab, no, it was an 80-20 match. So the property owner would be required to commit more funding than BCIC. The idea behind that was because we were going to allow the tax credit consultant fees to be included, and that would allow the property owner to tap into additional funding at the federal and state level, which if they were awarded both could potentially be a reimbursement of 45% of the total project cost in tax credits.
Okay, just trying to refresh my memory. Thank you.
Any other questions before I move on?
Let me bring Tracy in.
Sorry, I have a question, not a question, comment. I know we talked about this last meeting. We did say we're gonna revisit the guideline, especially with the project that have already started, because if the project is undergo and the client already investing, I mean,
Sure.
wouldn't it be much more logical for us to assist in that? Because A, the project will be done on time, and B, like they're already investing in it, like it's a proof of their
Sure.
good attention. So do we need to revisit this? And
Legal, Deborah?
There are issues with, basically just giving away money to people who've already done projects. The idea is there's gonna be an agreement, they have to agree they're going forward, they're going to do the project. We wanna make sure there's consideration for the performance agreement with, the party that you're going into, and that's why the guidelines have always been set up the way they are, where they're supposed to contract with you before they start the project.
all right, I guess we'll revisit again.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, so.
I agree.
Thank you for the clarification.
The next extensive rehab application is from Barco 2009 Adams LLC. And this is for the project located at 1009 East Adams Street. The total project cost is about $1 million. So the grant amount in this case, because it is a 20%, is $200,000, which is the maximum allowed. The scope of work includes a complete finish out, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, fire suppression, bathrooms, masonry, openings for doors and windows, insulation, framing. And so the end use would be for an event venue for about 400 people. And then the second floor would be utilized for either additional event space or an art studio. Do you have any questions
So,
regarding this project?
This project came to us way back.
Yes.
And now they're changing the venue or the purpose of the building, and they're gonna proceed with it. Before, there was this kind of issue with tenants and.
Yes.
So, okay.
So this would be owner-led, right? And so the business would be run by the property owner versus them leasing out to third-party tenants.
Do we know what's the anticipated completion date?
November 2024?
Yeah, there are, I do work for Legal Works in Barco, and I'm here to answer any questions. To that question, surprisingly, there are events that want to book by December. So there are about 3 or 4 events that have, I wouldn't say we're committed to host, but there's a very strong commitment to host that. So yes, we would start immediately with the things that we could start and then try to finish by November.
Yes.
Not so much a question, just a comment. I'm thinking 400-person plus event venue, and there's just not a lot of parking near there. I'm just thinking about the potential impact to the community members that do live in the area. I mean, I think it's a great idea, another event space downtown, but that's just, I don't know, where are you gonna park 200, let's say 2 people per car or more? It's just a lot all at once. And already there's not, I mean, with the few venues or restaurants or whatever that we have downtown operating in the evening. So, just something to consider, I think.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. So the next application is a standard rehabilitation. This is for facade improvement, and the applicant is A&M Food Companies LLC. They are the tenant of this property. The total project cost is about $9,300. The grant amount request is $4,687. And so the project scope for this is they want to expand their interior space to the exterior. So they want to add a 30-foot canopy, a new business sign, electrical work to light up the canopy and sign, some leveling of the parking to create some outdoor seating. They will be installing artificial green lawn and some fencing for that seating area. And the end use is the Aroma Espresso Cafe. They're the current tenant of that space. Do you have any questions regarding this? Well, the time completion would be May 2024, so it's not too, excuse me?
Sorry, self-comment, the timeframe is short.
It's not a very complicated project. I think the one that would take the most time would be like the leveling of the parking lot, and it's not that big. It's just that little area.
So, do they have permit for this?
They do have permits.
Okay, so it's already gone through the city because of the parking situation, and they want to take, so there is a space to still, accommodate a parking better
Yes.
in front, okay. Thanks.
Yes, they do have permits for it. Any other questions? So the next application is a rental reinvestment application for this tenant, Aroma Espresso Cafe. The applicant is, again, A&M Food Companies LLC. This business is located at 825 Palm Boulevard, and it's a coffee shop. The yearly lease is $12,000, and this funding cycle, we're doing 50% of the annual lease. So that would equate to $6,000, and the number of new full-time jobs created is 2. Just as a reminder, we are asking businesses to be open a minimum of 3 months before they apply to our program, because we ask for cash flow statements and, some financial statements to make sure that, they're not coming to us for emergency type assistance, because, part of the requirement is that they have a 2-year lease in place to receive a grant for rent. And do you have any questions regarding this application?
Where is it on the bottom? I'm not aware, it looks cool from the inside. I'm not aware of
So
it.
it's right next to Rex Cleaners. Rex Cleaner. When you turn on Jefferson, Sam Stadium, I think. Well, I don't think that's a great picture, but if you know Palm Boulevard.
Thank you.
Yeah, it has a sign, but it's white and small. The next application is for standard rehab for interior MEP. This is actually an appeal. The applicant is Urban 8 Properties. They're the property owner, and the application is for suites E and F of the first floor. The total project cost for both suites is $70,000, so the grant amount request is $35,000. The project scope was to finish out both suites to include electrical, plumbing, framing, sheetrock, paint, and HVAC, and the end uses are 2 businesses that recently opened, which is Pinch of Salt Studio, and that offers professional services, and then Suite F is JZD, which used to be known as Gensino Design. They actually relocated from East Levy Street to this new recently rehab building. The applicant originally submitted an application in January, but at the time of application, the project had already begun. And due to the board's decision for the Sears Canopy project last month, they submitted an appeal to be considered as an applicant, and then additionally, the application for this new cycle for Big hadn't opened on time, and so by the time that we had opened up the application, the project was very much in motion, and so the appeal was submitted, and we're bringing it to your consideration today. With the Sears Canopy, when they submitted their application, the project hadn't started, and then when the board considered it at the end of the month, They had begun a portion of the project. The total project cost was about $100,000. They were asking for 25. And so the board made a decision based off of the project not being completed when you're considering it. And so that's the precedent that has been set. In order to apply for a program, you have to have started the project in the sense of you're getting designs, you're getting permits, you're, lining up your subcontractors, all of these things. And so by the time that you submit an application, the project is very much in motion, and then we ask the applicant to stop, to pause the project for you to consider, and we ask them to submit applications at least 2 weeks before the board meeting, so it gives staff enough time to review and get any pending documentation, ask more questions about the project, things like that. And so really you're looking at them to stop, the project for a month, if not longer, before they can start again. And then we have to sign agreements. It has to be signed by both parties before, the project can begin. And so, what is that happy medium? The Texas Historical Commission's tax credit program allows, people that are gonna tap into that funding to start the project, as long as it's not finished by the time that they've made a decision on the issuance of tax credits. So that is something that's out there, something to consider. I don't know the legalities of, the contracts, things like that, but we are encountering more and more projects that are in full motion, especially with all of the momentum that's happening downtown. And so how can we fit into that? Yeah, work with them to where we're not telling them no, right? But there is some sort of oversight there. And I mean, this program is on a reimbursement basis. We have to see all of your expenses, you have to prove that you've paid for these items and things like that, so.
So
it's
that
just
goes
something to
back to
consider.
my comment,
Correct.
I think we should be encouraging and rewarding people who are willing to invest in these projects rather than, tell them, oh, I'm sorry, because you started, we're not gonna be able to help you. So it's just a comment, I guess we're gonna talk about it later.
We'll look at other programs to see how they handle things like this, and see if there's something that can work with us as well.
Okay.
I think if I can make a comment, really, when I talked to Miriam and Corey about the appeal, it was really because for this specific project, the application should have opened October 1st. And therefore, had the application opened on time, can you hear me? Am I good? You can hear me without the mic, right?
Yeah, but that mic is for our.
Yeah, I know. But had the application opened on time, we would have qualified with everything. These projects started sometime October 1st, October 10th, October 15th, and we had tenants that wanted to be in, right? And so it was our decision was either go, right, or, tell tenants, beautiful tenants, because they're amazing tenants, no, we can't because we got to stop this. We got to wait for this money, right? So we just decided to go, right? And that's why, I think it's a little bit different in this case. If you look at, we followed all the lines, we got all the building permits. If you look at it, the entire record, it's there, and it would have qualified had the stuff opened on time, but it didn't open until January 15th, and that's why, or 8th or whatever. And that, we applied immediately, just because we would have been ready, right? And so, a little bit different than Palm. I do agree, Palm, it's a huge investment. Taking off my hat, putting on the Origo hat. 3.5, it's still an investment you should support. Because not a lot of people are into rehabbing old shopping centers. right? And you see this throughout the country. And I'm sorry, Tracy. But you see this throughout the country where developers, they don't come back. So it's something that first of all, congratulations on tonight. You guys are doing a great job. And so, it's something you should support because a lot of developers don't come back. They just jump to the new one and the new one and the new one, and they forget about the old ones. And so, anyways, I'll shut up now. Thank you.
And just to add, a lot of the investors for the big program, if not the majority, are local, which is a testament to, how the community wants to invest in downtown. Yeah.
Yes, anyone want to make a motion for A?
I have to leave.
Oh, sorry.
Make the motion to approve the request for $88,773 for project.
All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? So do I have to, as,
Can we group them?
Now we can group it when we come back. Sure.
okay.
To all
You want me to go card?
So wait, if, as chair, do I have to say nay if I am a nay, or is it just?
Yeah, you have to
is-
say
Okay,
nay.
nay.
Still passes. Motion passes.
Motion passes. Do I have a motion for B?
I thought we were gonna group them.
Someone has to make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to group B, C, D, and E requests
I second.
for consideration.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay.
Tracy, are you a yay or nay for
I didn't even hear the
BCDE?
motion, I'm sorry.
It's for B, C, D,
We
E.
group B through E.
I'm sorry, I heard B through E, but I didn't hear what we were doing with B.
Consider to approve them.
To approve them. Aye.
Okay, so motion passes. So now, we're moving to executive session, is that correct? We're gonna skip.
Well, I think first we need to make a motion to approve them. I did a motion to group them, no?
Yeah, we need a motion to approve it.
Okay,
The
so-
motion was to approve.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
that
thought it
motion was to group?
Oh, okay. I thought it was a motion to.
Okay, all right,
to
all right.
approve.
Because that's what you told me that's.
Got it.
All right, so now,
do I,
I thought you could do
Okay.
like a 1-2 punch there,
Now
Okay,
we
so-
can, I move with a motion to approve the requests from B, C, D, and E.
do I have a second?
Second.
All those, in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, so now, we're going to, is there a motion to go into executive session, to skip to that, and then come back
So move.
for the others?
You have to make a motion.
I make a motion to move to executive
Okay.
session.
Do I have a
Okay,
second?
You need to go into what the executive session is for.
All right.
Do you want Nubia to read that?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
I can't read.
Executive session, a motion needs to be made to enter into executive session.
That was,
21.
21, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, economic development negotiations related to quality of life cycle 2 projects. 22, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Brownsville Sports Park and adjacent land. City Manager's Office, Hugo Trevino, City Attorney. 23, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to the City of Bronzeville Quality of Life projects for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 with City Manager's Office and Will Trevino, City Attorney.
Do I have a motion to go into executive session? All those in favor, say aye.
Y'all, we're all gonna move into the conference room for the executive session.
Do we take our binder?
We have the executive session packets, but you're more than welcome to take your books if you want.
But there's the next thing.
Yeah, but not just.
During
Do I have a
executive
second?
session, there were no votes taken during executive session on any matters, and only items discussed were those that were properly to be discussed in executive session.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a motion from Murad to come out of executive session, a second from Sergio. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Item number 24 is consideration and action in regards of the Quality of Life Cycle 2 projects. Item A is project 24-021, Down by the Border, Adapted Sports League for Children with Special Needs.
Can we pull up the spreadsheet with the review? Okay, do I hear any motions? Or is there any discussion?
It's going to be
about-
further.
Motion and discussion.
There is motion and then discussion, dude.
Sorry?
Make motion and then discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get a motion?
So I move with approving the requested amount of $50,000 for border by the, sorry, down by the border.
How much? How much?
50,000, the total amount.
Do I, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed,
Okay,
motion carries.
all right. Item number 2.
Okay, item B, Children's Museum of Brownsville Outdoor Learning Garden Phase 2. Do I have a motion?
I have a motion to approve the requested amount of $51,000 for Children's Museum of Brownsville for the outdoor learning garden phase 2.
Do I have, any?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion? I didn't catch.
Approve the requested amount of $51,000 for the phase 2 for the Museum of, Children's Museum, sorry.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Part C, Brownsville Society for the Performing Arts, online streaming from Brownsville's local radio station KXIQ 105.1 FM. Do I have a motion?
I make,
I'll second.
I move that we approve it for the $150,650 estate.
Okay, we got a motion from Sergio, a second from Cesar. All those in favor?
aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Part D, Health Sciences Institute at Renaissance Community Advancement and Resilience through Education Program. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion. I'll make the motion,
Go ahead.
not to approve the requested amount of $90,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any
What was the
discussion?
motion?
Not to approve.
Any s-
Not to approve.
I don't think you,
No, no. Okay. It's the same.
okay. Any discussion? All those in favor of this motion? Say
Aye.
Aye.
all those opposed?
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Sarima,
Soraya.
yes.
Nay.
So D was not approved.
It was not approved. I know it was kind of contrary.
Yes, not approved, yes,
Yeah,
not approved.
And your nay on that.
Motion passed
Okay.
for zero funding.
I think that's.
Okay,
We'll do it this way.
Part E, Children's Museum Brownsville Amelia Earhart Adventure Climber Exhibit. Do I have a motion?
So moved to approve $400,000.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
400, right?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. F, Brownsville Society for Crippled Children Incorporated DBA Moody Clinic Expansion of Therapy Services for Children with Special Needs. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the
Second.
budget amount.
All those, any discussion?
You said the full amount, right?
Yes.
How much was it?
What is that?
432,425.
425.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. G, Brownsville Historical Association, Brownsville on the Move, a new vision for the Historic Brownsville Museum. Simon Salea, Children's Gallery. Do I have a motion?
May I make, I don't know, the motion would be to ask the BCIC staff to revisit with the museum to better understand the scope of the work and the project, because
So table
So-
it?
table it.
Table. Okay, do I have,
You want to table number 11?
G?
G, yeah.
Yes, 11.
The Brownsville Historical Museum, table it. That's my motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
So item G was tabled.
Yes.
Table, yeah. H, Idea Public Schools, Camp Rio, High Ropes Adventure at Camp Rio. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the requested amount.
I'll second, but I do have a question, and my question is, I can ask a question, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's discussion.
I mean, can we give money like this to a charter school? I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, we could even give it to a for-profit, which is what DHR is.
Right, yeah.
So,
It's a project open to the public.
So it qualifies.
Yeah, because we could even fund a playground at a school if it wasn't fenced in and it was open to the
do I
public.
need to ask a motion for the project?
Why second it?
For the project.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Conflict you want to leave.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have to leave for the.
We approved H.
Yes, for
H is
$593,315.
All right, I have to leave for the next one.
Okay.
I said aye, but I don't know if I said it loud enough. Aye for that one.
I'm sorry?
Idea, aye.
Okay, all right,
Sorry,
got
I'm
it.
losing
Gotcha.
speed here, Mark.
I hear you, sorry. Brownsville Wellness Coalition, gather at the gardens, cultivating healthy food and lifestyles by growing urban farmers and community gardens. Do I have a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve full funding.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, so now I'm moving back.
I made the motion to approve full funding.
Okay, so, moving on to 25, consideration action, if any, regarding board resolution number R 2024-03 related to Brownsville Sports Park, including adjacent land. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I move with the motion to authorize Corey to negotiate with the city the agreement for,
Well, you have to be specific here, 'cause
for partial 2 and partial 3, to negotiate the
Including the terms of the reverter.
reverter. That's the one I keep forgetting, to include the term of the reverter.
Reverter.
And
Thank you.
the CIP.
You mean the maintenance? Yeah, okay. Do I have a second?
I second, yeah, that's what we discussed.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Number 26, consideration action, if any, regarding board resolution number R 2024-04, calling a public hearing and allowing public comment related to city of Brownsville quality of life projects for fiscal year 2025-2026.
I believe that is
No
no action, since it was more for consideration and then it'll be discussed.
And for
and then-
Well,
inclusion
there-
in possible future budgets.
It's consideration and action, if
Yeah.
any.
If
You
any.
can
So-
also take,
So I would say, then I would say, do I have a motion on? There's no motion.
That's the consideration.
Okay, so now we're gonna go back to what parts we skipped,
we have to go back to item 14.
which we are gonna table for next month. Is that right?
Yes.
We need a
Do I
motion
have
for
to
it.
do I have a
Yes.
motion to table?
Yes, I'll
Motion
motion,
to table
No, I need
item
to do
14
16.
for consideration at the next board meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
aye,
Aye.
14.
Financial
14.
reports.
Okay, what other motions we can take?
We got 15, we're starting for 15 now.
Okay,
Consideration and action on resolution number R 2024-01, adopting Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation Investment and Strategy Statement Policy.
I move to table this item for the next meeting.
All those, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item 16, if I can just get you, get just a couple minutes to talk about this sponsorship request. Next. So, this request is coming from Roca. The sponsorship request is for $20,000. It's for activities April 3rd through June 30th to support this new movie coming out called The Long Game. The Long Game is a true story of these 5 boys that are from the border town of Del Rio, and they set themselves out to compete against, all-white golf teams. and they actually won the Texas State Golf Championship in 1957. So it's an inspiration movie. The reason they are asking for the support is because we don't have a lot of border inspiration movies out there, and they want to, if you go to the next page, they want to conduct these activities to support the message that this movie is pertaining to the public. So they want to host a private screening for seniors. They want to also do community families. They want to have some actors come down and do some things at the Roca Place. They want to host a workshop, either in person or Zoom, to our inspiring actors, directors, and such, and they want to target students. And they want to, again, they're going to go with their Roca scholars and the NHI. Those students will actually get screening as well, and they'll do some type of activities around what they've learned from this movie. And then the sponsorship also includes a minimum of 100 families to go to Stenmark to watch it, and that would be at no cost to them. So the impact is between 200 to 300 and 3,000 and 2,000 to 3,000 individuals.
Go to San Marcos.
What's
They
that?
Go to where, sorry?
Cinema.
Cinema.
San Marcos.
I said San Marcos, like, why are they gonna go to San Marcos?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Nay. Motion carries.
Do I have 2 minutes? Or are we gonna
That's up to
table?
them.
Okay.
What's
Do y'all
that?
wanna do this one, or do we table? It's just a standard. Number 17 is just a standard performance agreement, something we've always done with all the others. Jim Turner, that's him, he won. If you've got Netflix, watch this movie. Long story short, he developed a prototype because his home burned down in Paradise, California back in 2018. Moved here in 2020. He's been incubating here for a long time. He won money, $20,000, that's how he's gonna use it. $15,000 towards the processing facility, $3,500 for purchase of some equipment, $1,500 towards his web presence. He's gonna collect some, I'm trying to get him to procure his hemp in Texas. Right now he gets it from Holland. There we go, yeah, that's it.
Motion to approve.
All those in favor? Motion carries. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, so 19, 19, and 20. So this is considered the Brownsville Small Business Recovery Fund. This is money to get out to people.
Yeah, it's my name.
Table?
Sorry, guys. Oh,
No, it's up to y'all.
Motion to approve.
Second.
all those in favor?
I like that, Tracy, I like that, Tracy.
All right,
That was
20.
number 19?
That was
That's
19, yeah.
For all.
20, consideration action to approve the recommendations for the following E-Bridge Fund Program application, Las Ramblas.
This can, you guys,
I move to table this one.
I was gonna say, this one can be,
We have already discussed it. I move to table.
Do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Table.
opposed?
That's what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yes, we're tabling right now.
Well, okay, so, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so do I have, see, moving on to, we got convenient announcements. Yes, any announcements?
I checked with Nathan, he can sleep now, so the baby's not going to sleep, so congratulations, Nathan. That's
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, motion to adjourn, see you guys, bye.
Second.
We'll never do it again.
All-
y'all, before I need answers on when we're gonna do our, how
I
we're
said
gonna
it
do our
in
next board meeting, yes.
I'm good with whatever the group decides. Bye, bye.
Was there a
All those
vote
in
on
favor?
adjournment?
Yeah,
Say aye. To adjourn.
all right.
All those opposed?
I'll walk you.
Meeting adjourned.